tampoco, acaban de enviármelo porque no lo tenía. Sí, sí, digo que sí. Mira, a veces no lo tiene nadie. Como él las tenía, ¿en qué momento? No. ¿En qué momento se encuentra? Esta la tiene. La otra, voy a trabajar para revertir impunidad y desmemória.
Aquesta taula el que realment pretén, som aquí. Sí, som aquí per...
So, we are here to try and break away with the phenomenon of social denial, because it is absolutely indispensable to discuss silence thing that the power is a norm, but also the community as a whole tries to conceal, looking in a different direction. I will now introduce the 4 guests in this panel, and they will speak their pieces. Then we will have some time to ask questions to them, and after that, on behalf of the board of victims of reprisal of the City Council of Barcelona, I will also address some words to you. So our first speaker will be Teresa Morandi. She's a psychoanalyst and clinical psychologist. She's an expert in intergenerational transmission. She's a teacher, and she works as an institutional supervisor of mental health teams. She's a part of the patronate for the Catalan Council on Mental Health, and she was coordinator with me of the group and research group on psychic trauma and intergenerational transference, which started in 2006 and then lasted until 2011 when the results were presented. So Teresa, you've got the floor. Thank you very much, Ana. It is a pleasure.
Un placer estar.
I will be speaking in English. Thank you very much, Iridia, for inviting me, and I'd like to thank the City Council of Barcelona. And I'd like particularly to thank the people that took the floor yesterday on the panel discussion, talking about their traumatic experiences, their life experiences, that were experienced both the Chilean and the Argentinian dictatorship, and of course during the Franco's dictatorship. So, thank you all. And given that I have only 10-15 minutes for my presentation, I will read some notes that made me think yesterday, mostly Soledad from Chile, on how there is a certain lack of knowledge on the repression that was experienced here and in the present times. And I think that today precisely we will be dwelling on this topic, but there is a fundamental thing that we need to have clear in our minds, and how this silence for so long, indeed, being neighbor to Portugal, one of the more lasting dictatorships here in Europe, and here we're talking about Franco's dictatorship that would last for 40 years. So let me begin by going through an interview that back in 2014 was done to the writer and playwright, a Lebanese playwright, and with exiled in Canada, and he has had several plays in Barcelona. Participa. I'm sure that our colleague from Lebanon will point at my mispronunciation. And his work is based on human and the violences attempting the destruction. And while lecturing in Santander for playwrights and writers, in the interview, he says, I asked them to tell them about their projects. One would speak about a father that could not be buried because the land in the graveyard had become radioactive. Then another one talking about twins devouring themselves in the maternal womb. And none of them was realizing that they were speaking about the Spanish Civil War. When I made them aware of that, they wouldn't believe it. It was in a generation that would consider themselves safe from experiences of war, even though they were experiencing that on a daily basis. And this makes evident the denial or re-denial of what the impact of violence has meant in the 20th century here in Spain. And this lack of awareness of the traces that have been left even in generations far away in time. Indeed, given the significant damage and trauma caused by the Spanish Civil War, made even more acute during Franco's regime, and this has been the work that we have been conducting for many years, it's been really difficult to grant a symbolic recognition in the collective space and often being relegated to the private space. Some reasons behind this long, dark and prolonged silence that all the interviewees were calling that was precisely the triumph behind Franco's regime. That was silence. Muat talks about the Civil War, as it's often been called, but it's worth remembering that the Spanish Civil War did not start as such, but as a coup d'etat, led by the army against a freely elected government by the Spanish population. And partnering with the Nazis and the fascists, they would even bomb their own people. Therefore, breaking away with the rules of a state, which is the need to take care of the citizenship. There was no peace. It was only an imposed victory. And this was felt in one of the more lasting dictatorships here in Europe, with a clear persecution of human rights, and particularly for the ones that supported and stood side by side with the Republic, not only by holding arms, but through words such as Lorca, Machado, Benjamin Au, Marcelo Dureda, and so on. The transitional period that Navarro calls unmodelic, because it's been termed as a model transition, but it could be seen as anti-modelic, it perpetuates this silence, but with a narrative of reconciliation that would leave outside the memory of the struggle for freedom, which is the true ethical heritage in the citizenship, and building a historic memory with the values of dictatorship. In each of these historic stages, the violence is expressed, whose paradigm has been the disappearance. And proof to that is that Spain, after Cambodia, is the second country with the biggest number of disappeared, according to UN, over 115,000. Stories, families, on the grounds, on the dying pits of silence. As Armengol, a journalist, says, with the death during the war and post-war, and with the silence of the dictatorship, and with the forgetfulness during the transition. And so we need to think how the silenced can have their words back. And the voice that has been missed in the collective memory, so that it was almost like convincing society they were never there. There is the silence of the victims that both Primo Levi but Semprún also talked about, when they would tell us a very important thing that we were listening about yesterday, is that the horror and the fear can find no ears that can properly listen and understand. And hence, the survivors of these tragedies, of these catastrophes, of these social catastrophes, need their time to go through a certain silent work. But if these fears and horrors are experienced daily because of living in this long dictatorship, silence and lie impose themselves on the social arena. And this subjective, silent work for each of us that we call mourning cannot be undertaken. It remains frozen. And so we were talking about the traces of trauma, the violence that cannot be processed because of the problem in representing it and understanding it, making it even more difficult, the possibilities for each person to elaborate. Therefore, the suffered violence and the defenseless and the powerlessness before it is further aggravated by breaking what we call the space-time coordinates, as we were pointing out yesterday. This cannot be happening. There is like the out of time, the out of space, the out of meaning, out of sense. The lack of social support in the subjectivity. There is no subject without the social part. The encroaching against identity, the lack in solidarity, the changes in the perception, in the missing of rights, which makes for this symbolic gap that prevent from reality to be constructed. And the colleagues here yesterday were talking how when being arrested, when being disappeared within these horrible caves within the police station here in Catalonia, what they wanted was to be sent to the prison. Why? Because law apparently would exist on the prison. Whereas the other is just a state of emergency, state of exception, where anything goes and nothing goes when relating to human life. And if traumas we saw yesterday cannot be said, and being said doesn't mean necessarily that everyone can say it, but we know that people have their own time, and society may make this possible or not. But we can see different symptoms in the body, in the subjectivity, and in the social bonds, in the relationships we have with others. Another topic that we started working because we realized that from the unique we moved on to the familiar, and then onto the social. And on the familiar side, we touched on the generational transmission. And these imprints are living within us. The lack of words, the silences with suffering, the humiliations, the embarrassment, the fear. But it's also a legacy of familiar myths, of secrets, of traces of the trauma. There wasn't talk about it, but there were the murmurs about it. And often this was as burdensome, as weightful as words themselves. Transmission is a time problem facing us against the present. The passage we have as heirs to a legacy and transmitting these to the new generations. And we are forced to see what we are to do on this passage to the new generations. And the memory becomes more prevalent and stays in our memories. So knowing that silence allows to make into our bodies the sound of trauma, then, and this was also mentioned yesterday, that by late 20th, early 21st century, people start discussing this with the grandchildren generation that starts wondering whatever happened here. And by the way, this is something that we have heard in psychoanalytics, and also it's even more shared after the pandemic, where we have seen what in psychiatry we call panic seizures or anxiety. But this has been seen in people, in young people, raised by grandmothers that experience war themselves, and where fear, together with pandemic and military showing on the screens during the early stages of the pandemic, plus the fear of a coup d'etat, plus the Ukraine war, has created such an experience where once more you can see that the past is not just gone, it's not what happened, it's rather the way we live the present times. So we started this study within the Catalan Mental Health Congress by looking into the impact of the social catastrophe. This is a term studied by Janine Puchet in Argentina, and we looked into different witnesses and testimonials by interviewing through in-depth interviews, that would take some time and some challenges, because some people would want to talk, some others wouldn't. And to us, in our psychoanalytical work, despite we doing much community work and social work, but being there to listen to their voices in their homes, well, this would raise a question mark in that to which extent we would be able to listen to them and to which extent we would be able to accompany them. This is something that we discussed with some colleagues from Argentina and also from friends that were much experienced on this, probably something that we were missing. And we were missing that because psychoanalysis, psychology, had faced a serious tear here. And just a couple of minutes, by the way, to conclude. But generally speaking, much like it was in Argentina, and Anna is working on that, on accompaniment, but there was not what we were discussing yesterday, the possibility for a psychosocial accompaniment to the survivors. And we would rather use this term, survivors, rather than victims, because victims is it kind of implies, and this was also the language used during the transition, it implied a certain passivity. So it is important to counter the imposed history, because it creates one single memory. And here we are, because of that, precisely. One of the last things that I wanted to touch is that in a recent piece of research that we did for Iridia with a group of historians, we were asked in a lawsuit that was submitted by Iridia, why had it taken it so long? Well, this is part of why it has taken so long. But also, and this is related to what we were talking about yesterday on impunity, I'd like to quote a sentence here from my historian colleagues. In a feature in an article written by a Catalan journalist, Vázquez Montalbán, and precisely his wife had been imprisoned here at the La Model upon the death of Joan Creix, and he was one of the most well-known torturers that was precisely at the police station. And then Roberto Coneso, Saturnino Yagüe, Jalonino Navales, and González Pacheco. So that is Billy the Kid, probably remembered in Argentina because that's part of the lawsuit. But nevertheless, he died without facing prosecution and without being charged for anything. Anyway, Vázquez Montalbán was reflecting on the meaning of the disappearance of dozens of protagonists that were part of the history of infamy, while remembering something that was precisely worth remembering these days. Martín Villa once told me that the opposition would dare ask him the head of the secret police, but not the military or the intellectuals that were complicit to that same condition of things, that same status quo. And at the end of the day, several military had accepted that, and several intellectuals would also state that, but they wouldn't use their arms to break the weapons for the construction of reason. The anarchists, the communists, the unionists, that for as long as they live, they will keep the memories of all the professionals of humiliation. That culture for consensus during the transitional times would close the possibility to review our relationship with our dictatorial past and, of course, with impunity. And that's it. Thank you.
Moltes gràcies, Teresa. Em sembla que...
Thank you very much, Teresa. We should also say that beyond that report, there was a report submitted before the UN in 2016 from Mallorca. It was two sisters. They had lost their parents, their mother and father at the same time. So I will now introduce you to Pau Pérez. Pau Pérez, it's not his first time in prison. I mean, in this space, in this site as a speaker, because Pau Pérez actually opened, together with other speakers, he opened in the sessions we had in February, organized by the Barcelona City Council and the Memory Department. He was there. So he's a psychiatrist. He's a director of the Center for the Treatment of Victims of Mistreatment and Torture, president of the Community Action Group and Research Center on Mental Health and Human Rights. And also, I need to underline this, he's an expert witness in national and international court for the victims of abuse and torture. And also he's a trainer on documentation techniques for abuse and torture. He's done a lot of work on the Istanbul Protocol. So I'm guessing, and if not, I will ask him afterwards, but I'm guessing he will tell us about the Istanbul Protocol and about what it's lacking as well. Because if there's something we understand we are lacking, is 4 or 5 items you will probably tell us about. So thank you so much, Pau. You've got the floor. And by the way, if Celia allows it, I'm letting them speak for 15 minutes. I don't want to be reprised afterwards.
Ara? Sí? Dic que jo estic més acostumat a parlar...
So I normally speak in Spanish rather than Catalan because I'm living in Madrid, but today I will speak in Catalan. I know it's going to be harder for me, and I know there's people from other places of Spain. Anyway, I just would like to tell you about what CIDA, the center I'm managing, does in terms of these processes we are discussing here. First, I would like to say I'm envious of this kind of sessions being organized here, because the people at La Comuna organized some working days in Madrid, and it was in this social center in the Prosperidad neighborhood. It was almost clandestine, and here we are in this very special place and this cultural space. So we've done a lot of work here in Catalonia, and I'd love to have this in all places in Spain, all this work advanced in terms of memory. So this work being done here is very significant. The efforts by Iridia and by the City Council are so significant because there's so much we have to work about in terms of memory. There are history-related aspects, collective identity aspects, social aspects, and things related to moral damages and to the way in which we dignify victims. There's also aspects related to rehabilitation, mental health, economy, and legal. And very little has been done in terms of progress. Even with the recent memory law, it is very limited. Its scope is really limited. It's basically a bunch of things. It looks like it's a breakthrough, but it's actually very far from what's being done in other countries and other contexts. So I would like to summarize where we're at and maybe then tell you about the Istanbul Protocol. I like to say that memory processes are particularly valuable when they emerge from victims, when they come from self-organized processes of the victims. This is why the work done by La Comuna is so important, because they are victims that organize themselves and they decide what they want to do, and they have legal advice and they have our advice as forensic experts, but they are the ones deciding what to do. Also the process that was started recently in Navarra, where the network of tortured victims have started this organizational process to document torture in Navarra, and then they got parliamentary support, but they started it, and that's particularly valuable for me. And this is why I would like to address these steps, not so much from the institutions, but from the work of the victims. More specifically, we've been working in part we could call the legal strategy, which is quite naive, thinking judges are going to support you eventually if you work in connection with the courts and the legal world. It's quite difficult, but you have to try, you have to struggle, and we wanted to see whether the recognition of torture in Spain during the dictatorship was something that could actually happen. And that this battle is not so long, actually. This report from Argentina was submitted in 2010, so relatively recent. And then it started in 2010. The extradition orders were requested, and then in 2014, the Audiencia Nacional court in Spain blocked the possibility of extraditing people and having individuals being prosecuted abroad. And then afterwards they made it even more difficult to prosecute these perpetrators abroad. So in 2016, that's when, in the face of these difficulties and on the motion of the victims, they started submitting individual claims, individual reports by each representative torture victims, and 34 reports were submitted. I don't know it by heart, but there were 3 in Asturias, 6 in Valencia, 8 in Guipúzcoa, and 17 in Madrid. There's none at this point in Catalonia. So what we did is the forensic analysis of these victims, basically the ones in Madrid. We did the forensic analysis, as well as the 17 in Madrid, and one of the victims in Asturias, 18 in total. The goal of this forensic analysis is a dual one. It has a historic value, memory value, so documenting things, and also finding the grounds to support the report. You need to work on credibility and damages cost, and this is what the Istanbul Protocol is about, actually. There's someone in the room probably that's been subject to the Istanbul Protocol rules, and it's a lot of work, many hours getting the interviews, trying to find words to describe the events, to be able to document the impacts. So along this process, all battles have been lost, all processes have been closed, you know as well as I do that judges have dismissed most reports, most claims, basically on account of 3 reasons. Because torture was not a crime in the criminal code of the dictatorship time. Of course, this is ridiculous because it does not prescribe it in the international legal order, and of course it is a crime against humanity. Then another reason, they uses prescription, they say it was prescribed, and then the amnesty law, which means a clean slate kind of rule. So along this path of, I would not say defeat, but I mean, we would know that's the way it would go. Still, there are some significant milestones in terms of dignification and fight for memory. So there was this time, for instance, when a group of naive people went to Brussels to submit this writing to the European Parliament, explaining the whole process, the witness evidence, and claiming that the government of Spain should be reprised for not investigating, for not inquiring into tortures. Then from our center, CIRA, we had this other event in CaixaForum in Madrid. There was this dialogue between Manuel Urban and an Uruguayan, he was a torturer, and an Uruguayan victim of torture. So there was this encounter between both of them. It was very touching, it was really moving. And we realized how a victim of the dictatorship, of the Franco's dictatorship, they were both actually victims of torture, and they shared their experiences. And this tells us about the seriousness of the things they were discussing there. And then thirdly, the documentary film El Silencio de los Otros, The Silence of Others, has received over 40 international awards. It was nominated for the Oscars. It also has brought many people around the issue. So all these reports had this threat when trying to convict González Pacheco, also known as Billy the Kid, and he died in 2018. And there was also José María Galante. He died, and then 15 days after, Pacheco also died. Probably one went to heaven, the other went to hell. I guess the activists of MLCR are in heaven, all of them, and Pacheco must be kind of in the basement. Anyway, COVID curbed this process. It really put a break to it. And I'm excited to see that we're starting here again to get things rolling again. We have started the Istanbul Protocol on Carlos Vallejo, and we are claiming back Villa Laietana as a memory site. This is a movement which is so significant. And this was stopped during the COVID time, but now again it's being resumed, and other movements are starting throughout Spain to fight against torture. And I believe that turning Villa Laietana police station into a museum on repression would be a really great deal. So this is all from a very limited perspective of what torture was in the Franco's dictatorship. This was just in the late times of the dictatorship, so from 1970, 71 to 77. But we have this huge gap, which would be torture before 1971, and there's no tracks of that. The famous book on torture in Spain by Tomás y Valiente discusses the Inquisition and other things, but then it gets to the Civil War, and the book was published in 1974, and he basically says after the Civil War things happened in Spain, but I'm not going to discuss them. So there's nothing written on all the torture from the war to the 1971. Francoism was a state, was a regime based on torture. There were systematic torture camps, extermination camps, and it is the duty for institutions to go beyond what we're doing now, which is just taking testimony of the victims that are still alive to give it, and going back in time to document torture over the dictatorship period. And this connects, and I believe my time is up, but this connects back to one of the main issues to my mind when applying the Istanbul Protocol. And when documenting this kind of things, which is the difficulty to explain things. And this is not the specificity of Catalonia or Madrid or the Basque Country. The victims of Franco's dictatorship torture do not explain what happened to them. They have this kind of self-censorship, this kind of shame of calling themselves victims of torture. If it was too big a word when compared to the victims of torture in Chile or Argentina, but it is torture, because it was physical torture, psychological torture. It would break people down. It ended up with dead people, and it needs to be acknowledged and recognized publicly, so that people can identify themselves as victims, which means a social recognition as well. And also we should be able to discuss it from our feelings, because one of the problems we had when applying the Istanbul Protocol is that survivors have this very rational discourse, this very political ideas. It looks like we are constantly building ideology. But we need to discuss feelings here as well, how this impacted families and people and society. We need to talk about not sleeping and going on to the personal sphere. And it's so difficult to get to that when we do this forensic analysis, because there's kind of reluctance, right? And this is really important, because only in the collective denial of torture and the collective denial of this emotional part and personal part of torture can we understand that we still have something like the gag law, as we call it in Spain. We understand there could be uncommunicated people and 300 people in isolation modules in prisons in Spain, but these are burdens from the past, and they can only be explained because some work has not been done, and it has to do with the documentation of torture, not only in terms of history but also in terms of emotion and feelings. And this is a very significant process we have to carry out all together. Thank you.
Te toca. Bueno, tot seguit us presento.
So I'm now introducing José Luis Aguilar. He just got here yesterday evening from Colombia. So it's not José Luis Aguilar, it's José Luis Blanco. And they are not, he's not the brother of Yolanda Aguilar, of course, who will be telling us about Guatemala. So José Luis Blanco, he's a psychologist at CAPS, which is the Corporation for the Psychosocial Care Center. This corporation is a non-governmental organization specialized in care, enabling and social support for people and social organizations, basically on psychosocial impacts of the social political conflict in Colombia. So José Luis is part of the care team of the organization, applying the psychosocial action from a holistic perspective and based on the specific realities and the intervention spaces at an individual, family, and group scale. So, José Luis, you've got the floor.
Yes.
Okay. Buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I think for us, being here is part of what we need in the fight against memory and impunity, because I think what we did yesterday and today, listening directly, giving a voice to the victims, is starting to break the silence in the places where we come from. I'm going to speak of a context that not necessarily is a past, but rather present. And I'm saying this because, contrary to our Latin American brothers and sisters, Colombia has not suffered dictatorships. We have a war that's been going on for over 60 years, and I think that sets a great difference in terms of how we have had to experience political violence. I come from a nation, as the Chilean colleague was speaking yesterday, I remember, I come from a country south to the United States, and I think that has politically determined our tragedies. We come from economic and political models focused on the concentration of power and the elites that are a minority and that exclude national majorities. And I think it's not exclusive here in my country, but in all countries. I'm going to speak of the context, and then I will explain what we do in the Center for Psycho-Social Care in Colombia, CAPS Colombia. We also have CAPS Peru, a brother association, so that you can understand the dynamics of the political violence and why it is so exacerbated. Because when we speak of Colombia, although one hears very much of what the peace meant in Colombia, we still have a war. And I think it has to do with the concentration of power and inequality and political violence. When we speak of those three elements, I think that allows us to show the fragmentation we experience as a nation and the conflicts socially and politically. So I'd like to begin with a general overview of the economic and political context, and then I'll speak of what we do from a psychosocial action. Colombia, unfortunately, is a beautiful country. It's a country of contrasts. It's one of the most biodiverse countries in the world. We're privileged to have that in terms of having the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean, the second most biodiverse country, biologically speaking. But there's also a wealth, which is our cultural diversity. Our country is very rich in that, but with violence and social conflict which violates human rights. And how can we explain this? We are the most unequal country in Latin America. Even the OECD says we are one of the countries with the greatest inequality worldwide because of, on the one hand, the extreme poverty worsened with the pandemic, but the pandemic basically just unmasked some difficulties we had. And in terms of official data, in Colombia, we have over 13 million people in extreme poverty. We are more or less 48 million inhabitants, 13% living in extreme poverty. Speaking from the urban standpoint, but if we take it to the countryside, it's even worse, because inequality for the land, which is the epicenter of armed conflict in our country, most of the land is concentrated in 1% of the hands. In terms of the distribution of land, which makes us the most unequal country in terms of land distribution in Latin America. And I think in the 60s, which is when the social and armed conflict was originated, it was precisely from the struggle of the farmers. And now it's even worse. So that's one of the things: poverty, inequality, social inequality, and the concentration of land. And I will speak of this because all of that is the political background that helps us understand what our conflict is about. An indicator is the Gini indicator, speaking of inequality in the countryside. One is total inequality, and in Colombia the indicator is at around 0.89. So you can clearly understand the problem of inequality and the rural part of the country. 64% of the farmers have no access to land, and I think that's clear enough. When the United Nations has suggested that our farmers are about to become extinct, so it's something we should solve. And with the implementation of an economic model that strengthens the territorial fragmentation and loss of sovereignty, which in general terms takes us to the neoliberalism in economy and politics, which is in Latin America, in Chile with Pinochet, and then it came to us in the 80s and 90s with the opening to neoliberalism and something that had to do with conflict, which is the fight against the insurgents, which derived in the systematic violation of human rights that we see all the time. Permanently, because we have had to face something that we called the endemic violation of human rights, with how systematically we experience this. The data suggests that I'm not a fan of statistics because it dehumanizes the survivors, and one doesn't realize that it is a possibility of a project, of a lifestyle, also of a country model, with all the detained and the tortured, but sometimes the figures let you identify what there is. That violation, we call the figures of the atrocity. We have over 7 million victims that are displaced, recognized internationally, with the only registry of victims. According to the law of victims, we have about 9 million victims recognized. This is a sub-registry. In fact, there are many more. Why do I say that? Because many of them decided not to declare because they were victimized by the state. And here there's a clear relationship with state crimes. And so these are sub-registries. Genocide of the defenders of human rights is very frequent. We always speak of the 60s, 70s, the genocide of these years, which is something that we had to live. But if we take it to the present, in the government of Iván Duque, which ended in August this year, and 4 years back, 1,327 leaders were murdered, and that in terms of defenders of human rights, and I'm speaking of since the signing of the peace treaty between the national government and the FARC insurgency, where in Colombia, I think that we are still resisting and going on. We signed the agreement, but the implementation was a tragedy of the previous government. The previous government said they would destroy that peace treaty, and they didn't. But so we did have the treaty signed. Among these data, others that call our attention have to do with ex-fighters. Since the peace treaty to date, 327 homicides of people who entered the peace treaty. And so we are in front of a new genocide. There's a difference between leaders and defenders, environmental defenders and defenders of the land, because I think it's important to make that distinction. In Colombia, since from the institutions, it is unknown, and it is denied. It's always been so until August this year. I will explain why. Why August? So the data we present, the second thing has to do with the historical logics behind the massacres we've experienced. Massacres between 1980 and 2012, 1,982 massacres took place. And okay, we could say that was the past, but data of 2020, 21, and 22, the present. In 2020, we had 91 massacres, 381 victims. To 2021, 332 victims, 96 massacres. In 2022, 87 massacres, 274 victims by the 31st of October this year. This shows clearly how the massacres done by the military and paramilitary structures are still a reality. This is proof of the general situation that we find ourselves in. I'm going to give you some figures, and I will speak of one of the crimes that was most resonated with extrajudicial excursions, which was something that was disclosed in Colombia with the murder of civilians presented as fallen in combat to show that the war was being won in Colombia. That was known as the false positives. And these now are in the special jurisdiction for peace as the result of the agreement 2016. And this has 6,400 victims. When we speak of 6,400 victims, it's what the special jurisdiction for peace has, but the victims of state crimes say there are many more. In the 32 departments we have in Colombia, we've seen extrajudicial incursions. These are violations of international law, and it is one of the facts that has had very much media coverage and has shown state crimes, because all the structures of the national army are involved in such executions. So it is systematical practice and hiding of these practices since not 2008, but since as far as we can date back with other human rights associations. We could date it back to the 70s. So it's been something that's been done always. Now, the profiles of these people killed were from the popular sectors with very low income, who they thought would never be claimed, but they didn't think that mothers always claim for their children and defend their name and their honor, and have taken some of the highest ranking military officers to the courts. And the dilemma is between the people who achieved justice for these 15 years and who achieved sentences of 35, 38, 40 years of imprisonment of these officers. And with these militaries, they decided to accept a special jurisdiction with immediate freedom. And so, of course, with years of struggle against impunity, we see transitions that we don't see as democratic, which re-victimize again, and impunity becomes again a new victimizing act, which is almost a crime against humanity, like torture. And I think that is where we have a dilemma of the mothers who managed to get some truth in the jurisdiction, but on the other hand, there are others who have been struggling for years, denouncing and being repeatedly violated their human rights. And there is a campaign that was done with some signs, with some murals that were in a city with the military, because the perpetrators have to be given a name, because if in the courts we don't get ordinary justice, we can get social justice on the streets and make public these crimes. This was achieved for one day, and I think that it was not very helpful, because they immediately repainted those murals in white and gray, but that was viral in the social media, and everyone learned about what had happened. And for many, especially youth in Colombian society, they wondered where we were when this happened. Not just the youth, society in general started asking, where were we? Why didn't we do anything about it? And that is generating awareness in favor of the mothers, particularly, who have fought against these situations. In terms of disappearances, torture, degrading behaviors in Colombia, forced disappearance since 1985. And I refer to 1985 because the law on victims recognizes victims since 1985, which is something we don't understand, because the conflict was originated in the 60s or even earlier. In the period of violence in the 40s was very intense. But since 1985, this law was implemented. And since then, we have had officially 194,402 persons disappeared in armed conflict. This is stated by the unit of victims. This unit is an official body. And the disappearing is constant torture. That's how we should see it. There's nothing more atrocious than torture. And psychosocially, as my colleagues were saying, it's something that does not allow for grief. If a normal grief requires solidarity and the support of others, this is much worse. And I think that has to be elaborated, that grief, and it's something that in these cases never happens. It's as if the relatives are suspended in time and they are tortured by this victimizing fact. In terms of cruel and inhuman behavior, in Colombia, there still are, although there was a peace treaty, but others are still arrested, and there are many in prison, dense prisons with 300% occupation in our prisons, which indicates the situation of the prisoners, not just political prisoners, also social prisoners and common prisoners. Two things. The repression to social protests, as in Chile, we have 2019, 2021, terrible figures where 100 homicides in the protests because we have over 100 young people mutilated in their eyes, as we said with a Chilean colleague yesterday. It's as if we woke up against injustice and they wanted to blind us from our desire to have social justice. But there's a movement, Mocao, a movement in the resistance against eye damage in Colombia. And this is the result of the violence we experienced. We had over 1,600 reports for police abuse and brutality, over 1,000 people arrested arbitrarily in the demonstrations, almost 2,000 wounded, aggressions to human rights defenders, all you can imagine in these years, and sexual violence and gender-based violence, which was something horrible, which really shows the nature, the patriarchal nature we have, and ratifying the need to fight against neoliberalism and capitalism and globalization and the market, also against the patriarchal and colonial nature we have. There are other data, massacres. As I said, speaking of the first massacre in the pandemic was in a prison called La Modelo, like in this prison, where the political prisoners demanded public health conditions, masks, face masks, and minimal things. So the official response was a massacre. 23 people killed, 87 wounded, with guns, with fire guns, and with impunity, of course. This is how we started our pandemic. Then they tortured a lawyer, which has nothing to do with the world of human rights, but it did generate social rage with a second massacre resulting in Bogota. That's how the pandemic began. And I think social protest ensured that we had, for the first time, and we've had it for 100 days, a new government now. For 200 years, we've had governments from the conservative dominant political class, and we've had for 100 days a new government with a democratic sense. And I think it's the streets that ensured the voting, because otherwise there was no other way to have the social and political transformation, ensuring democracy. I can't tell you, I only have 3 minutes. I want to tell you what we do, because I spoke of the human rights scenario. What do we do? The Center of Psychosocial Care is a small organization of civil society created in 2002 with a multidisciplinary team that gives psychosocial care to victims, their relatives, tortured relatives of people who disappeared, trade unionists, and many others, and social organizations. We accompany these people from a holistic approach. The team is made up by doctors, and we apply alternative medicines as well, bioenergetic, psychology, clinical psychology, psychotherapy, and other practices as well that have been very useful, especially for our cultural identities. We apply massage, floral essences, homeopathy, with an approach that helps reconsider the projects of the personal and family lives of these victims. We say that none of these people can go back to what they were before being a victim. They will have that with them forever, but the processes help us dignify and foster the common struggles. And to finish and speak of memory, there's an African proverb that explains what memory is. Let me see if I can say it properly. It says something like, until the lions don't have their own historians, the histories of hunting will glorify hunters. I think the stories of victims have to be ours so that we can build from the past a different present and prepare a brighter future for everyone. And I think that is where we win the battle of life and repression. They can take everything from us, but never memory and creativity and resistance. And that is where we can foster these common struggles. That's why I spoke of the brotherhood, of what it means to give the word and life to those stories, those narratives, which is a struggle against what they take from us, which is the most precious thing we have, which is our lives. And with that, I'll finish. And I'm sorry I spoke too long.
Bueno, ara sí, Ara es diu Yolanda.
Well, now we got the name right, Yolanda Aguilar. I got it right this time. Yolanda is a feminist, and she is the first testimonial in the historic memory report of the Truth Committee of Guatemala, Never Again. She wrote the first chapter about what happened to women during the armed conflict. In the 1980s, she was forced into exile, and mid-90s she went back to Guatemala. And at that time, she decided to join several groups to accompany women who experience sexual violence, especially during the armed conflict. She is the founder of Actoras del Cambio and the therapy center Khalil, and she is currently director of said center, which works in order to name, systematize, and articulate healing processes in order to build memories from a place other than pain. And as Yolanda says,
Nos vamos a cuidar nosotras. Mis amigas me cuidan. El Estado no es capaz. Yolanda, quan vulguis.
Yolanda, you have the floor.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
So, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you for your invitation, and I'd like to say hi to Teresa and Pau, because we've had many common friends, and also to the colleague from Colombia. And then, being the last to speak, I can have the benefit of feeling myself close to many of the things that you have pointed out. Let me begin by saying that Guatemala had for 36 years a war, and one of the things that happened is that after the war, and even during the late war, the topic of historic memory took place in Guatemala because 36 years of war are meaningful when it comes to what a society is in incorporating colonialization, the suffering and the deaths of the disappeared, and all the violations of human rights, but that fundamentally would need how to learn to say, how to convey what happened. And one could say that roughly in 1996, once the armed conflict would conclude, a good deal of the civil society was focused on working on historic memory. As a matter of fact, in Guatemala there were 2 reports on truth, one brought by the Catholic Church and then a different one by United Nations, and I had to convey what violence had meant in life stories for women. I will not go into details here. Let me just say that we felt really close to Colombia's history because we had a very long experience on the fact that the victims would express their experiences, but we also stressed the fact that because we were working with women, it wouldn't suffice to tell about the tragedy, to tell about the mass killings, to tell about the tortures and the disappearances, but this was more related to the ones that were no longer there. And we realized that the ones that had survived the war were related to life. They were women, and women would still survive. They would keep on surviving. And the condition of a survivor would adopt an expression that had not been adopted before. We came to realize that the most difficult part was not just conveying what had happened, but rather the most difficult part was to see what's next as a survivor. How can I carry this burden of pain, this story of pain? Back in the days, the very term healing wouldn't make much sense, but that was when we started discussing topics of sexual violence that women would tell how, for instance, they had to learn on a daily basis to lead their lives in finding new tools for survival, because many of them were Mayan women with children. And that was a driver they had for surviving, but also they would need their daily tools so that they would convey to the next generation their wish to survive, to keep on living. And that's when you have the experience of these surviving women and the notion of healing. One could say that in all post-war societies there is talk about justice, and justice as seen by the justice delivered by courts, and there is talk about historic memory as seen by or understanding these as the recovery of what happened in armed conflicts. And there is talk about reparation versus the violations of human rights. One could say that based on this experience in Guatemala, and that started roughly in the year 2000, but still continuing to these days, and we incorporated a new definition of what historic memory would imply, what justice would imply, and what reparations would imply. And that's the very notion of healing. We consider that healing would allow us to glimpse at first, Pau was saying precisely that one of the fundamental aspects in a society when recovering their historic memory is the organization of the survivors. But it is them also being the protagonists. But in order for them to be so, you need to own the tools so that you can transition, so that you can shift from pain, from grief, onto the recovery of trust, placed on the possibility to heal your own personal wounds, also the cross-generational wounds, the family wounds, and at some point in time, the social wounds. Since Guatemala did not sort out the structural problems stemming from the armed conflict, we have a state with the same corporate elites, military elites, but now with drug dealing and organized crime, it has come to be known as the Pact of the Crooked, the Pact of the Corrupt. So the state is not the one that will solve the issues of such a damaged civil society, but it will be done through the rebuilding of the social fabric and the rebuilding of the social, community and family bonds, and the healing of these personal, social and relational wounds. This will be the thing that may help us, that will contribute to rebuild this whole fabric. And one of the lessons within this setting, within this context, is to bear in mind that we should not be stressing dependent on the state, but rather we should be wondering, we should be asking ourselves how to contribute in order to leave behind a once terrified society that internalized fear and that needs to learn to build trust, to create healthy bonds, to heal the personal wounds, because stories are personally experienced by the individuals with their own individual history, and how to heal the cross-generational wounds within families and how to heal a whole society. We want to stress, on the one hand, the possibility to recover a memory that has learned from that painful memory, but that does not only stick there. And this is an effort that will take many generations, and I agree in that Latin American countries, and particularly Central America, the governments and the states are the epitome of the most reactive, the worst of scum, one could say, of these violent patriarchal classes society in all areas. And so we cannot devote our effort to these very states, but what we have learned is that our work needs to be put on strengthening the civil society and rebuilding the beings, both men and women from all peoples, so that we can build back trust and so that we can have the self-esteem required, that means being held accountable, of having societies that later can rebuild states that do represent ourselves. And to conclude, let me tell you that one of the most difficult things in forgetfulness is that bearing in mind that remembering can be painful indeed. But we need to remember if we want to heal those wounds, and by healing we can recover trust, and by bringing back trust we can start to have cross-generational, intergenerational dialogues and start our healing. That's it from my part. Thank you.
Bé, bona tarda. Obrim.
Good afternoon. We will now have some time for a short Q&A. So if you have any questions, we can answer them. And otherwise, since I have some questions, I can shoot first. Thank you all very much, all four of you. Your four talks were truly interesting. And if you allow me, I will start by asking Pau, because there's something that I thought he would tell us about and he didn't, which is, let's see, you talked about everything that needs to be added to the Istanbul Protocol, but I wanted to know, how will we really be able to accept it? So if we see that things are missing, we see, for example, that the Istanbul Protocol does not talk about LGBTI, it does not talk about transcultural matters, it does not attach any importance to, and there are no interpreters. I mean, you talked about the difficulties with courts, but there are no interpreters. If there are, they are not used. And what we see lately is that we need a lot more documentation in collective cases, in joint actions. I think Anais said it the other day, how an ill treatment to groups of demonstrators takes place, and even if the Istanbul Protocol does not consider collective torture to be a definitive entity, there are times in which, despite having suffered tortures, the cases cannot be individualized, and we need a lot more collective documentation. So, for example, I would like to give you an example of the Canbias cases, where there were certain actions. The gag rule had not been implemented yet, but the Canbias cases were resolved. The judge said that they were resolved, and the kids who were 20 back then are 32 now, and they are going blind. We have two guys that this has happened to. And we have, for example, the case, which is a current one, of the Encerclem el Parlament movement. Let's circle the parliament. There are people who have undergone 9 surgical interventions, and they have a real deficiency now. So the question would be, everything that is missing in the Istanbul Protocol, which was created at a time which was a period of war, as José Luis said. You said the war has been ongoing for 60 years, 30 years in other places. So what makes it so difficult? What is missing that makes it impossible to modify this Protocol of Istanbul, which so that it bears in mind moral as well as physical damage, and bearing in mind the other things that I've been mentioning, because many of these people have been completely abandoned. Well, it was 10 years ago, and I said it the other day. 10 years ago, and in Colombia, people lose their eyes constantly. Here we have 3 eyes that have gone missing. Well, for those of you who are not in the sector, the Istanbul Protocol is like the guide for the assessment of victims of torture. And the first edition is from 1999. It was reviewed in 2004. And in October, a new review of the Istanbul Protocol of 2022 was published. And I don't know if I completely agree with what you're saying. It's a bit of a technical issue, but let's see. We have this Istanbul Protocol, 78 pages. In the past, now it's 225. The previous one you could read in a weekend, and the one we have now is a nightmare. So many groups for so many countries. Every country did its own thing, and in the end, well, there is a LGTBI chapter, 4 pages. A different thing is whether it makes sense, and there's another transcultural chapter. A different thing is whether it makes sense. I wasn't there. I was not responsible for that. I was in another group. But I think it will be a nightmare to do trainings based on the document we have now. And torture is not included as such. Collective torture, years ago we already heard that Gaza is a case of collective torture with 1 million people who have been subject to collective torture. So many cases of collective torture that should have been considered as such. There's a lot of pressure to include that in the legal codes, and it is a very important topic. I thought you were going to say a different thing, because the review of the Istanbul Protocol, it used to be a medical document before, and now there's more room for lawyers and for doctors, and now we have the code of ethics of doctors and judges and lawyers. So, and there's nothing vis-a-vis reparation. There is no chapter dealing with how to assess. I had a note of that. How do you assess from the subjectivity of the victim what would mean reparation for them, and how do you include reparation for the victims in a systematic manner?
Porque si se acompanyen a les víctimes o als supervivents en Argentina, en altres llocs, hi ha maneres de que pugui tipificar-se, diguéssim.
Pues perquè es suposa que és un document.
Well, it's a document in which you, on the one hand, look at the narrative, on the other hand, you look at the consequences, and then you see whether there is consistency and credibility. And this document is supposed to be used to support the credibility of the victim. But oftentimes, for example, in Franco regime victims, we have facts with a historic basis, and there are documents, and so the reparation side of things is more important, what would dignify the victims. Anais is nodding over there, and we include it, even if it's not in the Istanbul Protocol, but it's missing in the Istanbul Protocol. So many things, yes. At a collective level, Yolanda just said it, but Yolanda said it, and José Luis said it as well. He said that it is essential. We cannot trust that certain institutions will do certain things. Probably the citizens themselves will be the ones who will manage to do it in the end.
I think in Colombia you have quite an interesting challenge. If the op card is finally signed and you have a mechanism for the prevention of torture, and there will be visits, monitoring visits in the prisons, and these are brutal prisons, I have to say. And I think that there is a strong bet by the government to know to which extent this will be an independent monitoring mechanism to prevent torture, and indeed if there will be a mandate to monitor this.
Yo creo que ahorita...
Yes, I think that now, when I was telling you that we've been for 100 days, that's an interesting thing, because at least us, since we were created in 2002, we were one of the Colombian organizations against torture, with a goal to ratify the protocol, that something that we have not managed. Now there is a bill that probably will be in the next mandate, but hopefully it will be signed. Maybe the government changes, but if it becomes a state policy, any new government will be forced to comply to it. And this is one of the things that can be done in the fight against torture. And I think that this is crucial. There are also some other things that we have managed, and that's, for instance, the recognition in some instances with some experts' reports with the Inter-American Association of Psychological Torture. We have documented and reported with survivors, and it's been admitted before the court, and this has been much dignifying, and it has opened up the possibility in the national courts to discuss these. And there's even a verdict with a journalist that we have been supporting, that we have been accompanying, and the verdict is against the Colombian state on psychological torture. So these are some challenges and opportunities that we have ahead of us with this new government. Hopefully we will succeed, but turning 200 years into just 4, that will be difficult, but hopefully we will have some significant strides. Also, in your organization, when talking about re-victimizing, you mentioned that yourself, different ways of accompanying people, but maybe could you elaborate on that? And I know that I interrupted you, but maybe could you elaborate on that? Yes, I think that first, re-victimization comes from the lack of knowledge on not considering an individual victim. And we were talking about the difference between victims and survivors. We used to refer to people as survivors, but then before the court, we need to refer to them as victims because of recognition. So first thing is this lack of recognition. Let me give you a couple of examples, quick examples. First things, the victims of extrajudicial killings, where you have 11 victimizing facts according to the law, and extrajudicial killings were not there. And when mothers would stand before the court, they were told that they were not victims, and therefore there were no reparation, no need for inquiries. And so this was a very complex matter where we succeed. And then on eye trauma, again, this is something that's been going on in recent years, even though some date back to 15 years. But in what we experienced from 2019 to now, it's never been experienced before, and they are not recognized as victims. So there is the lack of knowledge and the lack of recognition. That's the first way of re-victimizing. Then the second way is when you are before the court and then justice does nothing, and this goes hand in hand with impunity. And when the political and legal weak systems, you perpetuate impunity, and that's a different way of re-victimizing. And on memory, I think that memory plays a very important part regarding the processes of psychotherapeutic development, but memory can also be painful, and you need to be really careful in how you handle the past of the people, so that the past enables you to move forward and not just reopening unnecessary processes and pains. If you attach a meaning to memory, then the victim feels themselves as dignified and owning their own story. So remembering means going through your heart again, and bringing back memory has an emotional aspect, and memory has a repairing aspect. So often so many sites may end up being re-victimizing if not properly curated. And there would be a long list of things. Yes, we have
And well, since you'll have the floor now, I would like to add that it's obvious that the Spanish state does not protect its citizens. And so inasmuch as the government does not protect, what proposals should we make so that citizens can feel protected, as José Luis said?
Bé, doncs no, li demava que...
No, I was saying that it's obvious that the Spanish state does not protect its citizens, especially in these types of situations. And I would like for you to talk a bit more about this, the lack of protection by the state. The lack of protection by the state is obvious. There is no protection. And it is a constant struggle.
Anyway, this is an ongoing struggle for many NGOs. This is mostly led by people as the ones represented here today. And Iridia, you have heard about that, on the eyeballs injuries, and they are doing much work on that. But let me dwell on a thing that I wanted to touch, the topic of violence against women. We have kind of tiptoed, and also considering the testimonials of the fellows here, the comrades. So, rape as torture for both women and men. Don't know how that's tackled in the Istanbul protocols. You were saying that it's not torture recognition, might not be state or government recognition of torture, but indeed this makes people not discussing torture. And we women, well, we have found women that were raped during the Spanish Civil War and the post-war, and it took them really a long time for them to admit or to even convey it. And there were phenomena of aggressions, assaults against women, and repression was brought down hard on them. And when we started working with the survivors and with the women that had experienced such a situation, we realized that based on the discipline, on how you approached or how you listened to the story or to the enunciation, well, you had to be careful. And we've done that on how to take care of someone who's going through a process for providing testimony, because testimonials have the possibility to, on the one hand, declare that this was real indeed, mostly for those that didn't experience, and this has been indeed here, like many people deny this ever happening, like you are making this up and so on. Well, and that's quite an issue. As in the case of the Argentinian trials, psychoanalysts and groups working with them that have been really careful on torture and how to make the story have a true legal validity, and that's a different kind of validity from the one that the individual may have. It's their story, it's their narrative, and you may approach this differently whether you consider this as an evidence or not. And so how in this accompaniment And I think that this is fundamental, mostly in countries that are now going through this very hot topic on how you can work from accompaniment on justice, even though we have not talked about this much, but it's been also justice and not just the state that's been affected. And in Spain, there is still a Franco's justice.
I think that is something that is very important. How we do not re-victimize. We've said for a long time we have to speak out, but sometimes it drives you mad. It makes you feel anguish, and I think from a standpoint of subjectivity, we have to have an in-depth and constant work, because this is happening in all societies, and we have to learn to fight and to resist the domain.
Well, thank you very much. And now I have to talk as representative of the Board of Victims of Retaliation. We've talked about victims in the panel, but it turns out that in the assessment board of the town council, what we decided was that we would call it not victims, but those affected by retaliation. This board was constituted in 2018. We started working, and those who considered that they were affected by retaliation had to go to be acknowledged at the board, and at the time only some 32 people came. Finally, 2 of these people decided not to come, and then we created 2 teams created by legal expert, historian, and mental health practitioner. So 2 teams made up of these 3 profiles. And we did all of the work and all of the recognition in the summer this year, and now we've opened a new process that I trust the town council will do all of the necessary work, so that not only those who have received, who were affected by reprisal in the late years of the Franco regime, but also the ones Pau said who could not attend. And well, they left some minutes for me today, and I would like to tell you that working with the victims of reprisal or retaliation, and all of the work that we've done in the board of people affected by reprisals in the late years of Franco regime, and also family members, because of times we've had to call family members of people who, for example, in the case of Gustavo Muñoz, were activists, or for example in the case of Martínez de Foix, who the person asking for acknowledgement was their family members. So we've welcomed and listened to their families, and what we've been able to see, generally speaking, and this is very impacting, is, and Yolanda was just now talking about pain, but we've been able to see their capacity to transform pain in a fighting spirit, vulnerability into strength, their personal wounds into shared social actions, such as the Madrid Commune. Rosa is here on behalf of them. So I always wonder, whenever I listen to them, I wonder how they were able to preserve their health, not in all cases, but mainly their mental health, when they were affected by a severe traumatic situation, as we will hear in the following panel. And we know, because there's something else that came up since the beginning of the personal work, but also in the assessment boards, we know that the main person, the person at the center, is the person victim of reprisal, the tortured person, the murdered person. But we've been able to see how family members and those around them are also an involved party in two ways, supporting or not the person affected, and also as victims. And here I am indeed calling them victims of this repression that power exercises over family members as well, because of threats. And I will not give you examples here, but we know that sometimes there have been politicians who have said, well, if you do not say X, we will remove our presence, we will withdraw. We've, in the board, and generally speaking, we've heard that we live in a state which is the heir of the Franco regime. When I heard 60 years, a shock went down my spine. But we should be even more shocked, because it turns out that the Spanish state preserves all of the repressive instruments exactly as they were. Nothing has changed. And same thing happens among citizens and in the community, because in the community, this continuity of the Franco regime is still present. And since the consequences of the social catastrophe experienced in this country have never been elaborated, have never been repaired, there's been no possibility. We have truth, justice, and reparation that we are told about over and over again. Actually, yesterday, once more, we were in front of the Villa Laietana police station where the main torturers were, and there's a person here today raped by Billy the Kid, Billy el Niño, so I thank this person for the effort of being here today. So, a big impact on citizens has had effects on the psyche and the social areas. And I would like to stress this, based on what we've heard. We're anchored in the past, but all of these instruments will be present now, in the present and in the future, if we are not capable of doing something that goes beyond. All institutions should be involved. The assessment board of the Barcelona Town Council has started the work, but we need more institutions to follow suit. And so I mean to say that the impacts of psychosocial aspects on the territory have been transmitted, and we can see these at different levels. And obviously, the healthiest thing is the transmission of life, but I've also heard many citizens who have looked the other way, or who have identified with the attackers, and in this case a different type of transmission has taken place, which oftentimes is a transmission of death instead of life. So the repression and torture experienced during the entire Franco regime and the late years of the Franco regime, and the mock-up, the fake transition is visible in aspects such as the gag rule, and the fact that there are victims who are shot and are still on the side of the road, and the non-existence of truth, fairness, and reparation. So we should say that all of us in our community still keep this long and shameful history with us, and we've been able to see these in each and every person, the 30 persons that we've listened to in the board, at the board. And this leads us to conclude in this country, I think in Colombia, this would be impossible to understand. Same thing in Guatemala, but here in this country, in Spain, this leads us to the conclusion that the authoritarian power, the one that owns the monopoly of violence, as per Grande Marlaska, is not a guarantee of life, but a guarantee of the elimination of the other, the difference. It causes distress, helplessness, which is the biggest type of fear one can experience, and this leads to inhibition anxiety, terror anxiety, and a whole range of psychosomatic disorders, as well as many primary forms of self-defense, both internal and external. And we also know, and we've been able to hear this, that when state violence is perpetrated against one part of society, as José Luis very well explained, and as we've seen for so many years here, the only goal of it is the elimination of a category of citizens, whatever their type, because of their social class or their culture. And in this way, now we can consider that the violent attacks against the right to protest, such as the gag rule, are a new despotic rule that attacks the physical and mental well-being of the entire community. I think we can state, even if some may question this, that we are in a society in a permanent state of conflict, and we know the reasons for those on both sides, but we would need to know the unaware motivations of the decisions and the psychological structures of politicians and those pulling the threads of power. And these, when we've experienced a war and we've generated a community which is sick with hatred, which cannot withstand differences, and it is a central factor of the development of an ideology which underpins sadistic programs, have an exaggerated ideal of law, the rule of law, which appeals to a shared sentiment and going back to what they consider they don't have or they lost. And so they perpetuate a collective grievance. They deny the laws and they perpetuate resentment. This is where we see Vox, Ciudadanos, or the People's Party, and going as far as murdering, such as Clema Ulloa, Gustavo Muñoz, Cipriano Martos, Oriol Soles Urañez, Jordi Martínez de Foix, and so many others. In what we can consider, I said earlier, a fake transition, but we cannot now also call it a bloody transition. And today, and this we've had in the assessment board as well, where we can state today is that these ideologies speak of a permanent process of grief, unresolved grief in the state, and unnecessary violence targeting small groups, and the re-victimization this involves against the entire community, not against some, but the entire community. And we can also state how the consequences of these unresolved pathologic grief processes can lead many citizens to a permanent submissive state, or identifying with the attacker, perpetuating destructiveness and veering away from the desire to live. And today I am here with citizens and family members who have experienced ill treatment firsthand, retaliation and torture. So I need to mention especially those elements that should also be included in the Istanbul Protocol, those intangible elements which everyone has suffered from. Those we never mention because healthcare professionals and mental health professionals are looking the other way, or because we're afraid, and it is difficult for us to listen to so much shared pain. As I said, In these sessions, and after hearing all of the testimonials in the assessment board of testimonies of the retaliation in late years of Franco regime, we always hear about repression and torture, and you've all suffered from that ill treatment, repression at different levels, torture, be it soft, clean, or the one we could call contactless, as is the case of many women who were imprisoned in La Trinidad in Barcelona, which is precisely what many of you suffered from, many women, but which is unique to each subject. Torture, I would say, is based on terrorizing the subject. When someone is torturing, they're not torturing one citizen. The torturer will never acknowledge the tortured person as a subject, but as an object. And this is a very important issue, because the goal of terrifying is projected onto the victim. But what would be the goal of all repression? Isolating, punishing, setting an example. And what is the necessary condition for repression? That's the title of our panel. Impunity, the impunity of repressors that we've talked about this afternoon, but this is the one that really gives meaning. Without impunity, everything else would not follow. And I could add here that repression is as old as power is, and it has been disguised in many different ways, depending on the moment in time. And one of the forms of repression of non-democratic states, which use it to silence dissidents, going as far as murdering them. And it is true that some states called democratic also show these attitudes. For example, remember Germany and the supposed suicides of the Meinhof ban, or in Great Britain, or the discriminatory treatment to Assange. So we may think that the Spanish state is a democracy. It is is it half a democracy, a halfway through democracy? What would be the difference between a full democracy and a so-so democracy? I think there are two differences. The focalization of specific social groups and the protection of neo-Nazi violent groups. That would be the difference.
No és cap defensa de la democràcia.
So repression is not a defense of democracy nor collective and individual freedoms. It basically aims at the suppression of dissidents and political differences in a totalitarian manner. And I live aside the media and our trend to look away from the media. In the meantime, however, even today, after the late Franco dictatorship and so on, we have young people which are abused or mistreated or tortured in police stations. And to our disgrace, given that we are in Catalonia, in the case of the Catalan police force, this is also usual business. Let's not fool ourselves. The oppression exerted by our police officers on the streets every day are not because of public order or to pursue social peace. The goal is to make exemplary punishments for people to be afraid, not wanting to go to demonstrations, for their parents to be afraid as well. So repression and torture, even though happening in different circumstances, in most cases victims of torture have been subject to isolation, and also in most cases also by this process of repression, the feeling of isolation and loneliness has created this difficult to explain sensation, this feeling in these young people. When you are arrested in a demonstration and you're 18 and you're locked up, that of course makes you powerless, and it increases the sorrow and the damage on the victims of reprisal and their relatives. These elements are suffocating, and they turn into an unbearable anguish and shame. Even if we trust in the battle, we are willing to sustain it in time and to keep our hopes up. We are aware, because we've heard that in the board, that many relatives of victims of reprisal have had to change their vision of the world to face this evil and this terror. This is a tangible terror, a real one. The nausea has also been yours, as well as the fight for dignity to turn that psychological manipulation around, because he knew that was a space built by the aggressor, by the state, to base their control on submission and subjection. And when you're out after having been in prison and repressed, the suffering is not over, and the abuse stays on, and it cannot disappear, as cannot disappear the lack of trust and the feeling of nausea, and the torture that has been experienced becomes, as we've been told over and over at the board by many witnesses, it often becomes what we professionals of mental health call trauma. Because no matter how deep the psychic and the mental and the physical footprints are, but the mental ones, the psychic ones are much deeper. So impunity as an internalized social representation works as the psychosocial organizer favoring the creation of a consensus that legitimizes personal conduct in the social arena, which are random and do not recognize the existence of a social third party that protects the individual freedoms. In the case of all repression, but particularly in the case of murders and people killed and in police custody, in prisons, day after day we have to use this clear word, impunity, as we did today, which is a clear threat to anything symbolic. This word should take on a particular load with its counterpart, which is always justice. Thank you so much. So we'll have now a 10-minute break. Yolanda, she's our guest from Guatemala. She will seize this opportunity to leave. So we have this signing campaign outside. You can leave your signature there. Please visit it, and we'll see you again in 10 minutes.
Sí. Sí, bueno. El teu plat de la Constitució és claríssim. Home, posaràs tots. Igual, a la Junta. Era més llarg. El de la Junta. No, però a la Junta. Sí. Feu-vos, es fa la foto. Es fa la foto. Sí. Es fa la foto. Es fa la foto. Es fa la foto. Aquí mateix.
Doncs bona tarda.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome everyone to this fourth and indispensable discussion panel on shared struggles for memory and an account of memory. In this site, you all know very well the model, former model prison, which had been operating for 113 years with dozens of executions perpetrated within its walls, now is a space for memory and resignificance of these spaces, which were spaces of terror and evil. In this fourth panel, we have great participants. We have reference people. They represent reference projects in the fight, in the struggle for the resignificance of these spaces. Sabin, Rosa, Maria, Macarena, Manal, and also Antonella Di Bruno online. I will be introducing them as we go, but before we get started, within these walls that welcome us, I'd like to start on the 9th thesis on the philosophy of history by Walter Benjamin. He says there is a painting by Klimt called Angelus Novus. It depicts an angel that is escaping from something into which he is staring with his mouth open and the wings open. The angel of history has to look like him. His face looks towards the past. What seems to us a chain of events is for him a catastrophe, accumulating ruins over ruins, throwing them at his feet. He would like to stop and to wake up the dead and to bring back together the fragments, but from paradise a hurricane is blowing that is swirling around his wings, so strong he cannot close them. He is dragged to the future while the ruins still grow to the sky. What we call progress is that hurricane coming from paradise. And to get started on this panel, we have this friend, Sabino Cuadra Lasarte. He's worked, he was the delegate of the Lab Syndicate, and he has been working in internationalist committees, and he comes from San Fermín 78 Iruña movement. He's also been a member of the parliament in Madrid between 2011 and 2015 by Amaiur, for Amaiur, and amongst many books he's written San Fermín 78, Crimen de Estado, San Fermín 78, State Crime, about the events in Pamplona in 1978. Also, there's a campaign currently in Navarra called Gia Osoba. But first, to get started in this first round, we will ask them who you are, what do you do, and how did you start? What was the first moment where everything seems impossible and you had to take a step forward with the 12 mothers of the May Square, of the Plaza de Mayo? When did you decide you have to start this fight for the dignity of memory?
Bueno, quizás...
Perhaps the first thing should be to explain that it was the San Fermines of 1978, which is an association working for the memory and to achieve justice and repair against an aggression, a police aggression that took place in the San Fermines on that date, on July 8, 1978, a Saturday, the day that more people participate in these festivities in the old quarters. The bullring is full, 20,000 spectators. After the bullfight, some groups had some signs requesting, demanding amnesty for the political prisoners, and some bottles were thrown. There was an incident, and when it was practically finished, several dozens of armed police officers appeared, hitting indiscriminately everyone and shooting rubber balls indiscriminately. The people threw pillows at them, remains of sandwiches and some bottles, and the police responded more intensely, shooting tear gas and real bullets against the people in the building. In the nurses, several people were wounded with bullet wounds, several fractures, choking, hysteria. The police aggression was even more aggressive beyond the bullring, and people responded, and the police were shooting indiscriminately against everything that moved. And someone was shot on the head, a young man, Germán Rodríguez, shot in the head. Those hours, according to the police report, official report, in about 6 hours, 4,000 rubber balls were shot and 1,000 tear gas cans and 156 bullets, real bullets. It was much more, in fact. To explain where Germán Rodríguez was murdered, according to the police, he wasn't there when he was shot in the head. He never in that place had any bullet been shot, and they found 30 remains of the bullets, real ammo. It was shot to kill, and they did kill someone. More than 300 people were cared for in the health care centers in Pamplona. Many wounded. Pamplona was locked down and traffic was interrupted. This was a little bit what happened on that day. Another explanation was the official explanation, according to which, for Martín Villa, in an interview 2 days later, what he said was that we make mistakes, they commit crimes, but the police report recorded police orders of the chief lieutenant in charge of the police groups saying, shoot with all your might. Don't worry if you kill. This was recorded by someone listening to the radio. So the responsibility was clear. 4 criminal lawsuits were presented by different people, even the family members of Germán Rodríguez, and it was completely pointless. After 4 years of lawsuit, they were all dismissed. No one was ever processed or accused of anything. This was the official version. The extra-official popular version was that there was a research commission created with the City Hall included, and the San Fermín groups, all the unions, associations of neighbors of Iruña, and most of the political parties, except for the right-wing parties. Alianza Popular, and that research commission said, on the one hand, that nothing was by chance, it was premeditated. The responsibility has to be attributed to the police and to the chief commander, the chief commissioner, the civil governor, and the minister of inner affairs, who was demanded to quit. The second part I wanted to mention is San Fermines in 1978 and memory sites. With this small introduction, I'm going to try to answer something to David. A few weeks after this event, friends of Germán, the young man murdered, put a big stone on the place where he was shot to death. It lasted for a few weeks. It was destroyed, and immediately we placed another one made of bronze so that they could not break it. It was blown up with explosives. There was never any police investigation on this. After the second destruction, we are very stubborn, so we put another one, stronger. It was made of bronze, 70 centimeters height, and inside quite resistant. They couldn't do anything against it, although they tried to explode it as well. In the end, the horrible mayor, Yolanda, after 20 years, approximately, since they were doing some work, she took it and put it in a warehouse where no one else knew where it was. We spent a whole year.
We were demonstrating on the 8th of each month, demonstrating, noise making before the city council, before the city hall, until she finally had to bend her knee, and we managed for the gravestone to be replaced, to be put back in place, and that's where now it is. And this is one of the symbols of what that was, what it meant. On that trail, on that steel, it says that it's in remembrance of him dead during the San Fermin festivities. And then we thought, okay, so there was one person shot dead, but the aggression was not against Germán Rodriguez, but against the Iruñas people, and we had to reflect that. And the main thoroughfare, the Carlos III Avenue, in one corner of that avenue, we placed a statue representing a human figure missing its head and arms, but standing and quite visible. So, reflecting on the aggression, but also on the dignity of a person that is hurt but yet is standing. And this was in the song by a local songwriter. These two elements of remembrance, these two places, these two sides of memory, were out of the people's initiative and were paid by Ascote, meaning the citizenship. The second one, we were granted the approval of the city, but then the first one we did not. We just decided we had to. And that's important to bear in mind, because they were somehow victories, but also claiming back the streets, because in our view, these shouldn't be sites, closed sites. There must also be, of course, but it's also important to claim back the streets, to own the streets for whoever walks by, so you just don't have to go to a specific place to see that, without disregarding, of course, the memorial sites that may be in an enclosed facility, an enclosed space. Given the 40th anniversary of this event, these two memorial sites, as a symbol of the 1978 San Fermin festivities, were finally legalized, and there was a law that was passed that year of memory sites that were declared memory sites by the government of Navarra, and with this official recognition, they are now protected sites by the Navarran government in its conservation and its preservation. Another memorial site, that's a different one, is the very bull ring the arena, and that's for us in the commission. We do not like bull rings. I mean, we like bull runs in the San Fermins, but not bull rings. So at the beginning of the bull run, there is 1 minute of silence that's respected by all the attendees. That's 20,000 attendees. And when the bulls are released, all the 17 San Fermin associations, instead of parading with their music, as they often do, they have their banners furled and in silence going to the steel and to German and paying tribute to him. This is important as a space where year after year this is repeated. So, and then I'll skip my third part since I only have 1 minute left. There is also, as a consequence of this, an institutional recognition. So Pamplona City Council, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary, recognized different victims of these San Fermin festivities as assaulted, beaten people and shot by the police. We've also managed to, a very Navarran parliament, by a wide majority, to support the criminal lawsuit that we've presented before the Navarrese courts. And as you probably know, this has been one of the lawsuits, along with Gasteiz March the 3rd, on which the Martin Villa, the former Home Minister, was eventually brought before the court. And we believe it's also important to bear in mind another memorial site, another space for remembrance, a bit more ethereal. And Scavidea, that's a ska group, a band that had made a cover that a songwriter had devoted to the San Fermins of the 78 and to Herman. And it says, "Look at your people, Herman, beloved and yet encouraged." So there was a short clip, 1 minute clip, where people attending a Scavidea concert were singing this song. And for memorial sites, we thought, well, this is a closed space, and it doesn't have to be sculptures or things like that, but it could be like this memory that we often find it so hard to explain this to the young people on what happened. Well, here's a ska band that comes up with a song so that you can really bring it down to earth, so that the newer generations know more about this. So, and maybe I can later discuss on the final part that I wanted to tell you about, the relationship between yesterday and today, and the past and the present. I'm sure that we will have some time later to go through that, so that you can have some extra time. And to segue these into the next presentation, based on what Sabina was saying, and with a previous conversation where Pau and Yolanda were telling us about some events that took place during the transition. Of course, between the very last day of dictatorship and the first day of democracy, quote unquote, you had the same cadres, the same heads in the law enforcement agencies. Or, for instance, here in Barcelona, there were demonstrations as the appointment of the commissioner in the police station. And we are now having the 40th anniversary of a government that indeed promoted true faces of Franco's repression, such as Ballesteros, Billy the Kid, or Jesus Martinez Torres, the Zaragoza butcher. And for that, we would like to warmly welcome Rosa Maria García Alcón, the president of the Comuna from Vallecas district, and from the unique Republic of Vallecas. And La Comuna is an association of inmates that were repressed by the Franco's regime that want to do away with the impunity of the transition. And she has managed to do that in other countries. In Latin America, for instance, she has filed a lawsuit against González Pacheco, Billy the Kid, that would die in 2021. And she filed a lawsuit based on the tortures that she faced herself. The lawsuit has not been admitted to the Spanish courts, and now she has presented these to the UN Human Rights Committee. Welcome. Good evening, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us. We are honored being here on these events, which are being so interesting, on which I'm learning a good deal of things. La Comuna, as its very own name implies, is a group of people, both men and women, that were repressed in the late years of Franco's regime. Many of us were imprisoned, and many others had to go into clandestinity, leaving their families, their friends behind, and living hidden so that we would not be arrested. This association started some 11 years ago, and as a matter of fact, it started when, with the first steps of the demolition of Carabanchel prison. That was a very important prison because it received most prisoners, and it was built through slave labor by political prisoners. And in 1958 it was no longer used, and for 10 years it was left abandoned, nothing to do with it. And in 2008, with Rodriguez Zapatero as Prime Minister, when Pérez Rubalcaba being the Home Office, and in agreement with the Madrid City Council, and they decided to tear it down, despite there have been some social movement that wanted to preserve at least part of the structure, part of the building, to turn it into a memorial site. And maybe because of that, they decided to tear it down, and even more so, without warning. And then we perpetrators, as we name ourselves, we started, out of these mobilizations, we started to network, and we decided that we had to create an association that would represent ourselves. There was already quite advanced and quite developed memorial movement, but it was mostly focused on mass graves, on the disappeared, and we, being repressed, we had never seen ourselves as victims. We still do not recognize ourselves. We do not see ourselves as victims. This is a notion that we don't relate to. We believe ourselves as fighters, as perpetrators, quote unquote, as Chato Galante would put it, and he is the life and soul behind La Comuna. He died in 2020, and our goals would be, first, to make clear that there was no such soft dictatorship as some would claim, like Franco was old. Well, he was old, but yet he signed 5 death penalties on 1975, and he was adamant on making them come true. And in the repression during the late years of Franco's regime were much like the mobilization that took place in those years. So my generation and the previous generation, it was no longer fearful. Of course, there was fear because we were under a dictatorship, but yet this was less important than our wish to topple the dictatorship. And that mobilization, by students, by workers, people on the streets, was brutally confronted. And one can see the trials that took place in 1973. Indeed, there is an exponential growth because there was a tremendous persecution and a tremendous repression. And so systemic tortures, generalized tortures, with an increase in sentencing people. And what we wanted to do is to testimony that age, but also on the transition, because, of course, we had to go through that because of our age and because we were still fighting. As some have said, and Anna Miñarro herself has said, we were in a bloody transition. As Sabin was saying, hundreds of victims out of the police forces and the parapolice forces. And this is what brought us together. To several people from several backgrounds, political backgrounds, be it from the Communist League. I'm from the FRAP, the Patriotic Revolutionary Front. Well, no longer, because that no longer exists, but we had something in common. We named ourselves La Comuna, the commune, because that was the name of the groups set up within prisons in order to share whatever we had. We had like everything we had. We shared everything because there were some people with relatives that would help us, that would support us, but then there were some others that would not have that possibility. And so these political differences were kind of blurred within the prison, and we believe that this name would better reflect us. What have we done at La Comuna? Well, truth be told, many, and we kind of broadened up our scope. We were in the Argentinian lawsuit in 2012. There were several lawsuits that were filed, mostly against González Pacheco, aka Billy the Kid, and other torturers. And that made Maria de Cervini, the judge, to accept the lawsuit, and amongst them Muñecas and Billy the Kid, and ask for their extradition. But then in 2016, the Spanish High Court here would prevent this extradition from happening. And so we were in need to file lawsuits also here in Spain, knowing about the judiciary we have. Of course we do. I mean, we've had that suffering. And yet we decided that we had to file some lawsuits here in Spain for several reasons. First, because we had to make clear that there is no justice for victims here in Spain, and this is why we had to go to Argentina, and that here you don't have this universal justice on whether you try or you extradite. The thing is that all the lawsuits that have been filed, 20 against Billy the Kid in Madrid and 60 against different torturers in Valencia, Asturias, and in several other Spanish cities, have not been admitted, neither in the first or second instance. And the Constitutional Court that we referred to, because we said that our effective legal guardianship, as indicated in Article 25 of the so holy Constitution, well, it hasn't been respected here. And the Constitutional Court would tell us that, yes, there was no need to admit this appeal. Only in the case of Gerardo Iglesias, where 3 judges in the Constitutional Court were in favor of incorporating that appeal. And these would feed some hope, but then not that much. We will keep on filing some lawsuits now that we have the Spanish law on historic memory, and we are much critical on how justice is delivered, so yet we will still file more lawsuits. We know that this is a harsh process, not denying that, and personally, I can tell you this is something that you sometimes shy away from, but yet it's worth knowing that here in Spain there were torturers. There were people that were the heads of these torturers, and there was systematic torture. And the only way to prove that, quote unquote, is by filing more and more lawsuits and to have witnesses and to have these be known. And according to Article 24 in the law on historic memory, this will be introduced into the education, into the curricula, and even in the training of teachers themselves. We'll see that. We've had a university course last year on democratic memory at Carlos III University, and we are now providing some courses for city councillors in Extremadura region on democratic memory and on the possible implementation of this law and the implementation of the law on historic memory in Extremadura. From La Comuna, we are members of different platforms. You may not know about these, but let me tell you that our mayor in Madrid is Martínez Almeida. We call him the memory killer, the memoricidal, because first thing he did was removing the plaques from what's known as the Eastern Graveyard, where almost 3,000 people were shot to death in 1936. 80 women and the rest men, amongst them the 13 Rosas, 13 rows. For many years of struggles, we had managed to have their names on plaques and to have a memorial site. This was done by Carmena as a mayor. It had not been concluded yet, but once we got Almeida, first thing he did was removing that. So we now have a platform demanding the plaques back. One more thing he did is putting back the previous names on the streets, so Franco's names on the streets. Amongst them, Millán Astray, the general that founded the Legion, like a paramilitary group that was bent on killing, raping, and torture. And his name is back again instead of Justo Freire, that was a Republican teacher. We are fighting for that also. We're also members of the platform asking for a memorial site in the previous grounds of Carabanchel's prison, and we've now just requested that based on the Spanish law on historic memory, this should be done. And we try to be wherever the human rights are at stake and wherever we can stand up for the fight for justice. So being here to us is not a job, it's a pleasure indeed, and thank you very much for having listened to me.
Muchísimas gracias, Rosa María.
Thank you very much, Rosa Maria, on two things that are worth remembering. First, thank you for bringing back the name of Chateau Galante and the last people that were shot during Franco's regime, and also how Juan Paredes and Manote Chique from Extremadura, that he decided to be a Basque and fighting against the Franco's regime. Many more things could be told about the much needed reflections of Rosa Maria when he mentioned the mayor of Madrid, where he just compared his companions with Millán Astray, but only after praising the latter, not saying a word about the first. And before concluding these experiences in Spain, before concluding with that, there are some oxymorons or synesthesias that are difficult to explain. For instance, the popular democratic revolution in Portugal was accordingly a violent one, and there were only 19 deaths. And here, apparently, it was peaceful, and there are like 70 credited victims. Anyway, having said that, and it's an easy segue into other experiences in other countries. Unfortunately, the Chilean society and the Catalan society, they both share something other than September the 11th, where we celebrate our defeats while we wait for the coming victories. Next year, it will be the 50th anniversary of Pinochet's and Kissinger's coup d'etat against people's unity. A good deal of that repression was precisely brought many exiled people here to Catalonia, and many people from Latin America. So we are privileged and honored to have Macarena Silva here, the coordinator of Londres 38, collective space of memory of what in Chile was a center for disappearance and extermination during dictatorship, and that was opened up to the public and to citizenship after years of struggle and the resistance by community organizations in the civil society, which is what brings us here today, precisely to hear the voice of the people's organizations. Macarena has brought with her a presentation to tell us about this project, Londres 38, Londres 38, and how this memorial site is. Thank you, and good evening, Macarena.
Sí, ahí parece que sí. Ya, bueno. Nada, primero que...
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, the City Council of Barcelona and Iridia. And I find it just amazing that we are here sharing these struggles, which is precisely the topic on this panel discussion. Let me tell you that there are many paths that have been taken during this meeting that are very much alike, so I shifted from a PowerPoint into a different one, which I renamed last night, and this is what I've noted down in the meantime, and this is what I will be trying to tell you. And considering that this is late in the evening and we are all very tired, anyway, let me confess and let me apologize beforehand if I speak too fast. But anyway, so I'll try and not to overstress what has been previously said. Let me say also that I feel really close to many of the things that have been mentioned here in the first panel discussion. And as Rosa was saying, there are several notions, such as survivors, the victims. Well, these are all questions, concerns that we all have in our minds during this time, during this process. In the case of Londres 38, let me tell you first about the setting, about the context. This was a detention center, also killing and extermination in 1973-74, with a rationale of a specific repression within the broader scope of repression. And it was an intensive targeted repression during the first 2 years as the first repressive link where you disappeared or were murdered, or then you were taken to other places of extermination, such as Villa Grimaldi or the Alamos and so on. Anyway, it's worth noticing these because one of the things that we believe are so relevant in the questions that came to our minds is how important it is to understand the rationale behind repression. So torture wouldn't happen for its own sake, in like someone setting up a group of bad guys repressing some other guys, but rather there is a rationale behind it. People that were repressed because of their political project, and that political project stemming from previous struggles in different sources, different origins. Might be talking about the agrarian issues in housing, healthcare. Well, it was the opportunity to come up with a different society, and that was the very political project that was repressed, and the possibility that was on the rise in Latin America to have a different society. So we need to be fully aware that these full repressive rationale was also in there. It's not like just someone came up with it at a given point in time. Why am I telling you this? Because we want to stress, and that relates with what you were saying, well, when you were asking about when did the recovery start. Well, one of the things that we do not do is to give a very specific time marks when the struggle started. For instance, the struggle stems back from many previous movements, and these were started after centuries of struggles, such as the workers' movements and so on. So there is no starting date. And the recovery of the building, this is the building, by the way. This is a picture taken at some point in time during the 70s as part of the inquiries. And then not that many records, because one of the things that was done is that all the documents from Londres 38 were removed or their numbers changed. So here's the building. And the survivors of Londres 38, Londres meaning the name of the street here, is that resistance begins at the very time they are arrested, and then on what happened from 1974 onwards. So it's not like there is a specific time date, like 10 years ago. Well, 10 years ago, it was recovered and open to the public. But the resistance and the struggle against impunity stems back on time, and there is like no absolute starting logic. I do not know how to manage this thing. Maybe you can help me on that.
No, pero lo que después de mostrar el edificio salían unas fotos, de hecho, de la lucha que tenían los familiares inmediata.
So, it was an immediate struggle by their next of kin, first to identify the sites, because in the case of Londres 38, by deliberately changing the number of the building, the next of kin were looking for these clandestine spaces that were not known until very much later. And it came to be known once the survivors emerged and once they would convey and they would share their testimonials. And that's one possibility for justice, precisely, that these sites have had. And in the case of Londres 38, and they were all blindfolded here, but yet the testimonials have told about the black and white floor tiles that they could see through their blindfolds. They were also listened to the St. Francis Church that was nearby, and so little by little many people came to know that there were there and no other building, or some people that disappeared and that were seen for the last time or were heard for the last time on that building. Let me also stress that on this building we stress the rationale behind torture, not on the type of torture, but on the rationale that lies behind torture and on the political projects of what we call the militant memories. We research into the social biography of these movements and on the resistance that took place in this building during the process for solidarity in order to survive and leave the building. This is part of our reach in our work that we have questioned and we have tried to answer. I'm not saying that this is the be-all end-all, because there are different questions to different organizations. maybe I can skip through some of these because I would like to tell you that it was the mothers and later the survivors. Well, it disappeared. So this is what made the recovery of this place, of this building, possible. So we work by first recognizing the existence of these kind of questions. And these are not closed questions. These are questions that you need to lay in different contexts. The questions we had to recover the building are very much different from the ones after October the 18th, where apparently Chile awakened and they rejected the constitution that was to set us free from the legacy of dictatorship. So what now? Are we asleep again? So this is the context, and this is along with 50 years of impunity. And I think that one common topic that we have seen is that we all live in settings that we recognize of a permanent impunity. And impunity is not something of the past, it's really seen in the present because there's been an ongoing or a continuity in repression. And these are some of the strategies that would try to make the whole place disappear. And maybe I can tell you what we are doing now in our organization at Londres 38 and how we advanced on justice processes. First was done with tours to the place, and then the place was recognized. Yet, I was saying that we are experiencing an ongoing impunity, and we were wondering when that would end. We are going together because we are still facing this impunity.
Initially, the memory sites required the guarantee of never again, but these are just empty words. And now we know that. In memory sites, we know it because we've seen the continuous process, the lack of justice, and the violations of human rights continue to date. I think we can say that police repression still is ongoing, even with our president, who supposedly supports those fighting for in favor of a social struggle and marginalized groups. Some ideologies and some places where our militarized structures come from are repressive structures for a social struggle continue with impunity. We wonder why there were so many repressions on October 18th. People are surprised, but we shouldn't be when there are law enforcement agencies in Chile and Latin America that have lived in impunity and know they can do it. They do it because they know they can, and they will continue to do so so long as there is no justice. So if you now make me summarize, the first goal of memory sites is to denounce impunity. That is the first objective. Then that entails added work. We have a line of justice, a line of research, investigation. We have a line of archives because history must be told, a history that has been deliberately hidden, the conservation of the building, etc. There is a continuity in the struggles which entails on this and which is mainly against impunity right now. Other things that I wanted to mention is, when will this finish? When will the recovery, when will this finish? This building was declared a historical monument in 2010. We started with the refurbishment, and there were always milestones in the relationship with the state, because we know the state has not had the political will to search for justice. And at the same time, the memorialization has made the state confirm that they had made headway in these processes. I suppose in a way we've seen that things like the creation of heritage and culture, we speak very much with the Ministry of Culture. This is a way of neutralizing our struggle. We, on the one hand, believe that the state must fund these memory actions, but on the other hand, we have to protect our autonomy so we can stay on this side and continue reporting and denouncing the lack of action and willingness of the state and the lack of justice. This is one of the things that we have been very careful with in the institutionalization of the memory. And another thing, we also insist on the way to find justice. There's a constant discourse of common sense with the privatization of memory. It's important for survivors, for the victims and their families, but it's not a problem of the whole of society. Let's close it, finish it in a museum, we solve it, we close. So it's a little bit going against that common sense and the sense that this belongs to the whole of society. And I don't know if we can see the screen. The last images I wanted to show you .
Bueno, ahí están los procesos, cómo se va mezclando y sobre todo.
How things, especially in the case of 2019, our past caught up with us. This is an exhibition of a person who in 2018, in the riots, took objects from the streets, and we said never again. And we know as well that the mutilations and everything that happened, and it's also our task. This is the last thing I'm going to say, because the past is catching up with us and it acquires another meaning. It's always been important that memories are the raw material to observe the present and have a mature society. In that sense, there were questions we asked ourselves, and I cannot tell you we had rational answers, but rather we just joined the riots, and we did strange things, investigation, and we were in the center. Bumps here and there. In the streets in London, and a group of doctors and medicine students, psychologists, and lawyers immediately became the resistance movements, and they appealed to us saying that they needed a place, and London 38 should be the place. We didn't think about it too much. We said we are at the service of the struggle, so London 38 became a first aid place and a place where to report. We don't have too many pictures because some people's faces could be disclosed, and so we wanted to be cautious. But they were very intense months, and months of reflection. But it was good. Strange adaptations that memory sites could suffer, depending on the present needs associated to impunity and struggle. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Cuesta mucho cortar las intervenciones.
Thank you very much, Macarena. It is difficult to interrupt people because asking you to explain such intense things in 10 minutes, I know it's very complicated. Macarena was wondering how much more, how much longer the Spanish state and the 400,000 and some Republicans who killed in Mauthausen were not recognized until August of 2019 as murdered people and missing people. So that was a long time, those 64 years that went by. Now, let's move to the other side of the Mediterranean. There's an old Arab proverb that says, if you want to do something, you look for an instrument, and if you don't, you just find an excuse. We have here, and we have to welcome Manal Gandour, coordinator of projects of Act 4 Disappeared, founded in 2010 from the Lebanese civil war. It's a reference organization that started processes of reconciliation and sustainable repair for the reconstruction of a long-lasting and fair and inclusive peace for the whole of Lebanese society, recognizing the victims, fostering, repairing collective projects based on cohesion, social cohesion, and spending all their time to victims and the relatives of the war.
So it's your turn now to use it. I want to start by saying thank you to ERIDA representatives, starting with Celia, who received bombarded emails to her, and to the city councillor, also representative here. So thank you so much. Secondly, I would like to thank each one of you who sat in this place, because you changed so many things in my mind. You changed my speech like 10 times. Each one of you reminded me of something more important than the ones I wanted to say before. So thank you really very much. I don't know if what I will say will be as valuable as what you just said. I know that we share a lot, and I will try to show you some of the things that we are a bit different from what you said, just to add more knowledge to what we all shared. So I also have a presentation, I don't know, to entertain you and to make my speech a bit shorter. So this is our NGO, as David said. It's a Lebanese local NGO, and it started in 2010 with a small group of women who decided to support the families of the missing in their fight to know the fate of their children, and at the same time to foster a real reconciliation process in Lebanon. For you who maybe don't know, but Lebanon suffered from a very aggressive civil war in 1975, and it ended after 15 years in the year 1990. They say it ended, but practically it never ended because there were no proper reconciliation or transitional justice processes. There were nothing done to help the people of Lebanon have that peace and forgiveness towards each other. So one of the files that is still closed in dealing with the past is the file of the missing. At the end of the civil war, the leaders of the war, who became now our governors, presidents, and rulers, decided to become friends again and just reconsider telling to the population, to the whole population, that we should become friends again after 15 years. And talked to the also families of the missing and told them we can't discuss this cause because it will trigger fights against each other. So just we can give you the law of considering your missing ones as dead in order to deal with your legal things. But we can't deal with other things. We're not gonna try to help you find any of the bodies, if we can call them now bodies and not still alive. Based on that, of course, the families of the missing, as I want just to show you, in general, these are the different projects that ACT work on. But what we tried to do as ACT for the Disappeared, we tried to check what are their needs, what are the families' needs. And we found out that the families' needs is not only legal and is not only the right to know and about the fate of their families, but also they have economical needs, legal needs, social and emotional needs. So what we tried briefly to help them achieve in 2018, and after more than 40 years of fighting for this, the government agreed to sign a law for the missing and disappeared, and at the same time establishing a national commission. But at the same time, it didn't give the national commission any budget to start. So here the law, you take it, the National Commission, you have the right to establish one, but there is nothing, not even a place to work, not even an office, no phone number, nothing. So, and 5 years of establishment that will get expired, and now 4 years passed and the National Commission is still not functioning. So we help them, of course, in have this law. And what we do about this law, because if you go now to the streets in Beirut or Lebanon and you ask the people and the population, what do you know about Law 105? Nobody knows. And if you tell them that people missing, especially the young people, they will say, no, what are you talking about, really? We tell them, yes, there are thousands of people missing. And nobody know anything about them. So if you want to, I heard from my colleague here that you call someone the memory killer. I can tell you that everyone in Lebanon is participating in memory killing because, you know, people build buildings, commercial buildings on mass graves. People can destroy, and just immediately after the war, as Muna said yesterday, they destroyed 94% of our city just to demolish and to kill any kind of memory about what they've done, because they became the leaders and the rulers. So here, what we did, we tried to do this kind of peace building among youth especially, and we figured out that it was so traumatic and dramatic because each young person has a different narrative for the war depending on what the parents told them. And if you want to know why, it's because in my country we don't have one history book. And our history books end in 1975. So there is no history after 1975 in the books in Lebanon. And even until 1975, the history books are different from one school to another, depending on what they want to teach the children. So these children become adults later that have different perspectives to what Lebanon is supposed to be, and if they support the families or missing or not. So these are several questions that we had to ask. We interviewed 450 people. This is one of the projects also to deal with the past and for the memory that we did. And it was basically a psychosocial support project where the families of the missing were interviewed, talked, and they painted a chair to represent their missing beloved one. And after that, you will see later how the chair ended and became like a memorialization also project. Here also we did to share awareness about the law and the National Commission so they can advocate for it. We did it in several universities around Lebanon. If you see, like, we tried to cover all over out of Beirut, because most of the people that are aware are inside Beirut, but if you go the capital, if you go outside of Beirut, people are kind of out of what's happening. And I think Celia knows, because Celia also took one of the programs that we support in Beirut about reconciliation and transitional justice. Here also the same project. We had movies, but they don't work here. We'll move to the next. This is the chair, advocacy and memorialization, the chairs. This is one of the families. He finished the chair of his son, because you know most of the people that were kidnapped, the thousands that were kidnapped, were civilians. Few of them were really fighters, and they were kidnapped by militia members and foreign troops that were all fighting in Lebanon at that time. So his son just got kidnapped when he was playing a soccer game, and that's why he tried to draw this on the chair. This is another project that we did, the figures here, where we, not the figures, just like lamps with some narratives and pictures about the missing. And here the figures were also, they were put on the green line between East Beirut and West Beirut, and they tell where the kidnapping happened and a couple of information. We tried also always to keep things documented and to have digital platforms, because you know youth, we want to approach youth, and the youth these days are all about applications and platforms. So we have Fushat Amal, or a Space for Hope, which is like a Facebook but for the missing people. So if you go to Fushat Amal, you will see different, what do we say, like profiles in Facebook. So these are like the profiles of the missing people. This is a mom with her two children were kidnapped. So you see most of them were civilians and just moving in the streets, and I did something not appropriate here. Okay. The memory map also is another platform that you can access. They're all open for public, where you see the different places where there are mass graves and where checkpoints were there also, and people were kidnapped. So these are different and hundreds of mass graves that we have in Lebanon, but we're not allowed to do any kind of exhumation. Our documentation program is something really special about ACT, because we kind of collect all the information from interviews and, as I said, from the memory maps and the grave sites. We do interviews with witnesses, with former fighters, with families, and we collect them, and we just wait for the National Commission to start functioning so we can give them this information, because we don't want to consider this time as wasted. So when they want to start working, then here you go, you have all this information that you need. So what we document: events, checkpoints, and detention centers and barracks, because also when I went today to inside, we did the visit, it was really very touchy for me, because we have a lot of them in Lebanon, even with worse situations. Also, like, as you see, the grave sites. So what I want to tell you, that we as humans, we share a lot of sorrows, lots of happiness, but I'm sure that by always getting together like that, we will make a better future, and hopefully we can achieve something. Thank you very much.
Manal, gràcies. Cadires buides, cadires plenes, no?
So, empty chairs and occupied chairs.
And now, let's move to Argentina. The Argentina of the military groups, analogically and digitally. Here we have Verónica Torras, specialized in collective memory and human rights, and with very much experience on the struggle and the fight for memory, especially related to the Center for Studies. She's been advisor in memory in an organization, and today she's been invited because since 2016 she's been executive manager of Memoria Abierta, an alliance of human rights in Argentina, and nationally and continentally in the practice of preservation, contention of memory, coordinating the network of Latin America memory sites, part of the international coalition of conscience sites. Welcome.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Gracias por.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your introduction and for inviting me to the organizers and the team, to the City Hall, everyone that we have shared these days with. I thought of how to take advantage of this time. It's been a long day. I will try to say some things briefly. The experience of RESLAC, which is a network of memory sites in Latin America and the Caribbean, now made up by practically 100 sites, memory sites and experiences, 13 countries in the region, which gives us an interesting perspective of how the memory movement has worked out in Latin America and the Caribbean. Of course, not all memory experiences are part of the network, but there are very many, and from many different countries, and the experiences are very heterogeneous. So that helps us have an interesting idea of the memory scenario in our region. And it's a region which I think is characterized by being very powerful in these matters, in its ability to carry out this right to memory of the peoples, from the organizations and the grassroots experiences. We have strong memory work in the region. Many of the organizations or memory spaces that are part of RESLAC are such organizations, grassroots, community organizations, in some cases with many organizations of former prisoners, relatives, survivors, also many times more open, that go beyond directly affected by the dictatorships or internal armed conflict, which is many times the situations that we have experienced in the region. And we also, in this network, we have public sites in several countries in the region. In the past years, especially in the past 2 decades, in some cases a little sooner, I will mention some cycles of the process of transitional justice in the region, which is a characteristic of the process. But especially in the past 2 decades, we've had several experiences of public memory sites, different jurisdictions in some cases, municipalities or provinces, or even some national experiences. All this in our region many times coexists. The state sites have derived from the efforts of human rights organizations and victims organizations, and in many cases these organizations take part in the management of these spaces. So these are mixed management organizations where these organizations still have a role, either in direct management or consultation, still articulating with the state public spaces. So I do think it's a strong trait of our region, the fact that the recovery of sites and spaces for memory, not just related to the state terror or state violence experiences, also many times related to resistance and popular resistance. This has been one characteristic way of exerting memory in our region, trying to recover these spaces, as we are doing here today, supporting these efforts to recover the Via Layetana space. That's why I want to say that this is a characteristic of Latin America and the Caribbean. I want to talk about 3 moments, and it's very difficult because these are many countries and historical experiences very different from one another, each one with its own specificity and uniqueness in different general contexts, and it's hard to generalize. Every country has had its own historical background, but I do think we can speak a little about 3 great cycles. Perhaps these cycles are more powerful from the southern area in the region, but also in the Andes and in the Caribbean. Especially in the 80s, there was a strong transition process from dictatorships to democracies in our region. And that's where we see an opposing memory maintained by the survivors, the relatives, the human rights organizations, activists, those who were in exile as well. This memory it manages to fight against the official narrative back then of the dictatorships and the perpetrators. And in many cases, associated to some situations that we had in transitional justice, with opportunities in several countries to have the commissions of truth, in few cases like in Argentina, especially in the moment of transition, having the possibility of initiating a just legal procedures. This dissident memory managed to move from that dissident position to a more central position, because these commissions of truth, these processes of justice recovered, for the most part, the truth of those dissidents, which had been denied up to then by the states. Then, after the 90s, we had 2 decades of going backwards in these processes of impunity, with several experiences of impunity. In some cases, as Macarena said, that impunity was perpetuated for the most part. And after, in the first decades of this century, the region experienced again a drive again with more progressive movement, the pink wave in the region that took over again these ideas with different initiatives, commissions of truth that were late in some countries like Brazil, for example, Paraguay, and in other cases, the reopening of legal proceedings, as in Argentina. So again, for some decades, there was the struggle for memory acquired more strength, and many of these memory sites that we mentioned at the beginning were created and generated, and in many cases they were officially recognized. This is very generic, of course. We'll see if we have time later, which I don't think we can discuss later. I do want to suggest some things like that I think go beyond the struggle for memory in the region. On the one hand, there's been a struggle to build a memory on repression and its characteristics. This, the first moments when the states denied the repression in the different countries or the different internal armed conflicts. And it's also been a memory to reconstruct the resistance struggle during dictatorships and internal armed conflicts, and the struggle in democracy, resistance for memory and justice and the truth. And as Macarena was saying, it's also been the memory of the political and social struggles prior to these processes, which is what gives sense and implies these repressive processes. Without the previous struggles, social and political struggles prior to these processes, and the present political and social struggles, then repression would just be something unexplained. I think a strong characteristic of memory, the struggle for memory in the region, is an attempt to rebuild all these dimensions, not just the dimension of horror and terror, but all these other dimensions that would be explicative. I was thinking of Benjamin's text on the Angelus Novus. The world is somewhat losing this sense of utopia that we have, giving our backs to the future because we lose that utopic dimension. And we look at the past that catches up with us, but which also has an emancipatory dimension. In Latin America and the Caribbean, there's an attempt to recover this emancipatory dimension of memory, and especially think of how memory allows us to articulate our struggles in the present, the struggles of the past with the struggles of the present. And I think the efforts of the right, which is a struggle against memories, is an effort to disarticulate this struggle. Every generation has to start again from scratch. Every struggle does not enter a dialogue with the struggles in the past. And so I think this is a great challenge for the work of the memory, which is to knit together And this is the challenge that we are in. Thank you.
Gracias. Me he quedado pensando.
Thank you. I was left thinking. You kind of reminded me of a scene on the Battle of Chile 20 years after, where a group of young people in '93 were playing and people would not know how to react. Young people, I mean, it's just like Las Ramblas Avenue, people would not know whether they have to worry about that, to start running. It's like past moving into the present. Or like the video is filled with memory, as Benedict would put it. Now, on to the Mechanics Navy School. And we have here on Zoom, Antonella from Zooming with us. Thank you very much. She has a degree on anthropology, and considering what we have heard about the Argentinian process, she is more of an expert on archaeology. She has done much work in the case of legal proceedings on crimes against humanity as an archaeological expert to recover the material remains. She has participated on several investigations, but now we are in these memories spaces, in these memorial sites, because she has been the director of the Center for Memories, and she was the coordinator of the memory space in the previous ESMA, and now she's here with us as the head of institutional relations by the Museum of Memorial Site of the former ESMA, the former Higher School of Mechanics of the Navy. Thank you very much and welcome. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank first of all, the technology for bringing us closer. I'd like to recognize the organizers. I would like to thank also the Iridia and the City Council of Barcelona, because we are honored to be here participating. Now that we are about to conclude, and I'd like to also greet all my fellow panelists. And I also started taking down notes here that have to do with the resignification on and I think this also relates to what Verónica, and by the way, hi there, Verónica, she was talking about the challenges precisely, and I think that we are now facing a challenge to continue memory policies. Just to provide a bit of a background to my presentation so that you know about these, even though now I'm part of the institutions and I'm a civil official, civil servant, I think that it's worth bearing this in mind, considering that we are in Barcelona also, where a city council precisely has this close relationship. And I can tell you how we move these challenges up from the local governments, even without the support. Like when I started working on memory sites, without the support back then of having a national definition. So the interesting thing about these discussions that would take place on that, with these in mind, some 2 decades ago, not that much, but yet we managed in Argentina to face a situation back in 2000 where we were in a context where later we moved into financial and political crisis. You may remember how Macarena was telling on how some we faced before the pandemic this situation, and then also in the pandemic, with the Chilean crisis and uprisings on the street, we had to go through a path of memory and recovering the memory sites. There was not even talk about memory sites back then. We were still wondering back in 2000 on whether the museums, the memory sites, or whether spaces for memory and so on. We kind of knew that this was the way, but in 2009, well, maybe 2004, I'm jumping ahead here, but we concluded this process by eventually passing a national law so these sites would have an entity and that would guarantee their institutional basis, the institutional basis of memory. And here also we are related to what happened in Chile, because that provided us with a framework, and like words or sentences like nevermore are not just empty words, and that memory sites are not just a simple wheel, but with experience and the drive behind the human rights organizations, we managed to have the state own these and to have a state policy, a national policy, so eventually realizing that in the very backbone of the Argentinian democracy, you need this type of justice policies, this long process that Verónica was telling us about, these 3 moments in time that would also take place. And yet, we face that when, after the impunity in the 90s, the laws on impunity were finally dismissed, as we would say, and there is a political decision to work on history until we have the situation we are now in the present. And here I am, and the former casino of the officers, of the Navy officers, to bring memory to other spaces. Over 300 clandestine detention centers that have been identified, and we are still working and we are still collecting testimonials. There are ongoing trials, and as Pedro said, the Argentinian process has become a model when it comes to crimes against humanity, and we are moving forward on the trials, on death and executions, on trials incorporating the women in these places, and how this was later shared. I think that it's interesting to see how we would bring together in this long process that we took back in our struggles some 40 years ago in human rights organizations, to try and link the places, the sites, and let me clarify that so many of these were demolished or were hidden away, not just where the events took place, but precisely during democracy. After 1983, for instance, we have some clear examples of demolitions taking place on those sites. And there you face the challenges on listening to the survivors and listening to their voices claiming for the recovery of these spaces. That's when we start to bring in some professionals. And I think it's worth here reflecting on how science was involved, but also from a political standpoint, because science is also subjective and there is a political bottom to it. And even though we were called back in the days like pseudo-scientifical as archaeologists working on these memory sites and having to work on an archaeology on very recent times, and where we had to legitimize ourselves not just before the many stakeholders and organizations that had and the survivors, but also before the academy, the academia that would leave their papers and lectures behind, and we're starting to look into the development of public policies for memory. They would confront us on where was archaeology to be found, on what we were doing. Well, I think that the importance here is that in order to legitimize the building of these memorial sites, as Macarena was saying, you were saying like that the notion of the museum making this static, closing things, well, it's the opposite, because these spaces, these museums, these memory sites, or the work on memory, is absolutely dynamic, and therefore it needs to respond to the specificities of politics and time. Otherwise, we will become unrelated to the situations, to the reality, and these spaces talk to us about the present, because it's not just the crimes against humanity are still happening. It's not until we find the last of the missing, or until we find all the people that should be brought to trial to be before the court. But again, this is something that relates to the present, but it's also a symbolic side, and that are standing for this nevermore, but also that confront the denialism. We are now, but not just we, but all over the world, we are seeing that there is a denial narrative and denial policies leading to hate speech, and hate speech eventually leads to the elimination of the other. And these spaces are still being erected, and this is why it's important not just to preserve the sites because of what happened, but also to consider the future that we want as a society. And so we need to work on that, and we have to do so. We have to work on the consensus, we have to work that on major discussions, and we cannot do a full recovery unless is a multidisciplinary approach where from different fields, from different stakeholders are participating. But also these spaces for discussion, and this is my experience, someone was telling that often there is intention but you're lacking the budget. Well, you need to prove that there's a will and that this is part of public policy. And having this fora, having these boards for consensus, the tripartite organizations and so on, is so that organizations and institutions act as a counterbalance, because unfortunately, not long ago, we faced the government that was in part for denialism and therefore challenged this type of policies. So we needed to consolidate these spaces with all the working lines, with all the research areas that were so strong. We had to have work on legacy and the heritage, and without taking more time, because maybe we have time for questions, but let me just stress this. How are we to legitimize? How are we to provide a long-term view on this time of working lines? And how can we engage people and so that we realize that this happened to us all? We work on several spaces, and I've been since 2000 specifically on it, where I started working on the recovery, what was a detention center in Greater Buenos Aires, where the local government had a Prince of Atella, and there was no accompaniment back then. It was not until 2003 with Nestor Kirchner and then Cristina Fernandez Kirchner that there was a promotion of this type of policies. So we started to work with the neighborhoods, with the communities, stakeholders that were always there, but also giving voices to them. And that's how the research started, the work with neighbors and with a strong involvement. And that's where one of the main cores is. And I think that we need to ensure this cross-generational transmission, and that's a challenge for us all. There are many things that I'm leaving aside here, but maybe if there are questions, we can have time for that. Much like it's also important to consider the diversity of bringing in different voices to these memory processes.
Gracias, Antonella.
Thank you very much, Antonella. From the Modelo prison, filled with people. And thank you to the ones that were in the Navy higher school. And now, I know that good discussions are always lengthy discussions. Maybe we don't have time for that, because we will try and wrap it up and shorten it a bit. And Verónica was reminding you probably that this very noon, 10 memorial organizations here in Spain have set up a campaign through a first lawsuit coordinated by Iridia against the tortures suffered by Carlos Vallejo. And these organizations next Sunday are calling for a demonstration before Via Laietana, the police station. And so it's called Let's Have Justice, Let's Have Memory. And before handing it out to you, we have the front row here. And then people from Comisiones Obreras Trade Union, but also people from the Amical de Mauthausen, from the concentration camps, and from the organization of Franco's prisoners, trying to have a dialogue. And we have a commission for the dignity, and we will hand it over to you, and then we will have a quick comments, and maybe if we are to stay here for long, we can, but the interpreters cannot. We're sorry for that. And knowing that Sabino, talking about democracy, let me tell you that the Spanish Parliament had requested for that, but also this Catalan Parliament asked for this in 2013. But as you know, the City Council of Barcelona would want to put memorial places and would put a lantern before the police station that has been assaulted like 7 times. It's been burned, even though there are 7 CCTV cameras in there, and according to the latest police report, nothing had been recorded because it was in a blind spot, and they were not providing us with the footage out of security issues. That was it. But yet, this is what we are now facing, and I'll now would like to hand it over to Angelina from the Comisiones Obreras Trade Union. I'm not here on behalf of Comisiones Obreras Trade Union or the Cipriano García organization. And
vale. Ara em sentiu? Així, ara?
Can you hear me all right now? Okay, so I was saying that I am here in representation of the Ateneum Popular Memory, Ateneo de Memoria Popular, but let me, well, although we are very late, I cannot help but thank everyone who came, who have followed this, who've come after this call, because we've learned very much, and I want to thank you all. We, as you all know, as David just said, we are just learning. We are at a very early stage. You're speaking of all your places and centers and museums for memory, and you've also seen these days that we are still under that democratic abnormality that the police station is still a police station. I'm going to take a little more time. I want to ask a question a little more. The Memoria Popular Ateneo is a platform with 17 memorial entities, also people, private individuals. So we are a group that has to learn to work jointly, to share the struggle, and we have presented this morning a platform with 10 groups, 10 associations. 5 of them are in the Ateneo and the other 5 are not. So we are speaking of many associations. For decades, we've been fighting so that the police station becomes a memory site. But we have done different activities, each one of us, almost always supporting one another, attending the activities of the other associations. But now I think it's a very important thing. We've started a campaign that we thought of jointly. We are going to do jointly. We will not finish it on Sunday because we will not finish until Villa Layetana 43 is a memory site. But in any case, it's a different process that I think we have to give very much importance to. So my question is, you, with your long-standing experience, do you have anything? Could you elaborate a little more? Have you found a way to work jointly with other associations with whom you share the same goal?
Bueno, muchas gracias. Yo formo parte del Amical de Mauthausen.
Thank you. I am part of Friends of Mauthausen. Thank you for coming. I really enjoyed everything you said. I will be very brief because I know we don't have time. I have a question for the panel. Memory centers are indispensable for the goal of their existence is that never again do these horrors happen, but these horrors happen over and over again. Whenever there are social struggles,
we find it back in the present. Today, we're seeing an increase of right-wing movement worldwide with hate speeches. The enemies of the far right are not the Jews, as they were in the past. Now it is the migrants, basically, who are suffering the attacks of all these people. So my question is, if the extreme right is growing and the work we do as memory associations we do for our society so it doesn't happen again, how do you think we could improve? What can we do to counterbalance that discourse? Because it is impregnating in our society, and unfortunately among the young particularly. One of the things we do is go to schools and high schools and to explain the horrors, but you see how through social media the discourse of the far right, extreme right, is growing stronger. So what can you say about this? Any advice? Yes, I share what the colleague said. Perhaps some proposals and reflections. Firstly, I wasn't surprised, but sharing experiences as Manal Gandor did. You say in Lebanon, the history books end in 1975 or 78. In Spain, until very recently, history ends with Napoleon Wars. So, I mean, it's one of the things, shared problems and concerns. If you want to speak of memory and memory of the future, we should at least get to know our past, which is one of the strongest claims of memory association, so that the school curricula discuss what happened in the dictatorship and the republic before that, and the struggle for liberties in schools. We have made some headway, but if something gives sense to our claims is precisely that the newest generations know what happened, so that we can project our testimonies and memories towards the future. I also think that we could find some common ground in which to work in terms of the disappeared and the mass graves, because it's one of the most terrible things that happened in our country, and I see in yours as well. Perhaps it's something that we could share experiences in, and reports and announcements. And finally, one of the greatest results of this meeting that will continue tomorrow with the theater play is that with the existing networks, perhaps we could build a network of networks, because after all, we're all speaking the same language with the same concerns and the same struggles. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for being here. I just want to confirm some of the things that we heard here about the existing abnormalities. When our history ends, and what can we learn from you who are more advanced in Argentina, in Chile? I mean, you have more experience than us in the curricula in schools. We are lagging behind, indeed. I just wanted to explain something. Thanks to the City Hall of Barcelona and Democratic Memory, last year, the last school year, initiated a project of the Stolperstein, the recognition of the deported to the Nazi concentration camps. To our surprise, in the high schools and associations, these abnormalities were reflected, and this lack of knowledge up to a certain years in which the students were surprised to hear that there were Spaniards in the Nazi concentration camps. And the most surprising, because it was also exposed in the media and television, and the students explained the project that they were going to make through their high school, and their parents and their grandparents were also very surprised, because back then, in that moment, they learned that some of their neighbors had been deported. They had no idea about it. Here, we find a huge abnormality. That's all I wanted to say. Perhaps you could help out as well to change these abnormalities, I mean.
Perdona. Formo parte de otra generación, yo, García.
I am part of another generation, and congratulations and thank you for coming. I want to be brief, although I think we could have 2 more congresses with everything you've said and what we are discussing here. In our observatory, we try to work on that precisely. The communication between knowledge, academia, memory sites, institutions, political responsibility as well, and civil associations. And on the crossroads of what you mentioned, all of you, the transmission of the past to the present of these values is indispensable. The police station in Via Laietana, I spoke with Sebastián Piera, tortured there. You already said it. If you don't do it for the new generations, a cultural center more than a museum of terror and horror, it will be useless. And he was right. And with this idea, the methods of conveying, the way in which we convey to the present, we're very much interested in. And we have to be very cautious. I don't know if I'm being very bold. We're working hand in hand with the City Hall to ensure that we have a decent memory site, contemporary, modern, plural, integrating many memories, always memories in plural, not in singular, although memory processes the friends of our observatory, the processes are very similar in Lebanon, in Bosnia, Argentina, in Chile, because members of civil society, the demands of civil society, the crimes against humanity entail a process of creation of these memory sites, of the struggle for the dignity of these people, and an attempt, because the damage will never be repaired, but an attempt to repair in one way or another. And that's what we try to do. And perhaps maybe one day, who knows? It's very much based on politics. We would have to, perhaps Via Laietana would be appropriated for what Iridia does. Tortures, impunity, human rights, which is something that has to be worked on in the present and future. Because this, as you were saying, this highlights the conflicts in the present, humanitarian, economic, etc. And also the permanent transnational work and the permanent work on memories and compared memories. And I encourage you all in your struggle, and Antonella as well. I hope ISMA is declared heritage point for mankind. It's impossible in Catalonia and Spain. Where do we have education? In memory sites, in these spaces. If we have no memory sites, because it is impossible to create these memory sites because the public policy is non-existent. Public policy doesn't exist if there's no budget, nor healthcare, nor in education, nor in memory. If there's no public policy, you can approve some design project that costs 40 million euro, but not memory sites. So this is something that requires a bold decision.
En Pamplona.
You know about the fallen in Pamplona. Anyway, I'm just going to leave it here, but I do want to encourage you in your struggle and trying to consolidate the transmission as a new tool in these spaces, which is a very important challenge. Thank you.
Vamos a hacerlo metodologías, volvemos a la mesa compartida, de las luchas compartidas, la asamblea ya la haremos después.
So let's go back to the panel. Why don't we, and we still have to do the closing ceremony. Why don't we start the other way around with all the questions? Asking you to speak in 2 or 3 minutes is very complicated. Antonella, why don't we start with you? Yes, I have many ideas. I wrote down some notes. I'm just going to take some things that I think the 3 comments had in common. Legitimization, how in the long run we can finally, even in adverse situations, without political support, according to our experience, and as Verónica said, in Chile and the south of the continent, Mercosur, and the countries advancing in memory policies, it's very important to continue supporting the network of networks, which expands the sectors in which it accompanies, and they continue with these topics to give more weight to it. And in the case of Argentina, this is what our human rights, our mothers and grandmothers told us about the struggle, the fight while being alone. And in these spaces, creating cultural aspects to be able to open up to other dimensions with other tools. The challenge of how to convey the message, how to convey a message, and memory sites, memory spaces have to be crossed. The bodies have to get to a place, and it's always more complicated. So that's why we ask that memory spaces are integrated in the community, and the community could cross them. And in this case, as our mothers said, where there was horror, now there is life. So we have to realize the different activities. We, in the different spaces, had very much debate in a space in which many activities occur. And I will finish by saying that in the ESMA memory space, we have 17 hectares with every building including different activities, cultural centers, archives, theater, movie theater, workshops, training spaces in those 17 hectares. The ex-casino of the officers, that was the detention center. There's the consensus that should only show and convey what the space was without bringing cultural activities, understanding the difference of within the space and the discussion in the neighboring spaces. But I think especially we have to bet, as we heard, we have work on that, well, the promotion actions. And if there's a government that accompanies, we have to install public policies, and at the same time, we have experiences of working in different programs, working with different schools, the development of visits, working on memory with current topics that are attractive for our youth. We have examples that we can show you of programs that have been working for 10 years, the youth and memory, and different proposals that work on research at different ages, 15 to 18 years. In our case, this hatred speech and these speeches are addressed at the youth. Our challenge is to have pedagogical proposals, communication proposals, working with the media, and generating material that reach and speak to the young generations. And also including universities as a network of a working network generating commitment, and even the world of the academia. Thank you. Let's give the floor to Manal.
Brief, and in case you would like me to elaborate on one of the points, we can meet later, so we can end this panel now. Concerning the first question, I would like to say that in Lebanon, we have something called the Forum for Memory and Future, and we're just for now, we're just only 11 NGOs and individuals that work on memory, history, and dealing with the past. We started this just in 2019, 2020, after the big explosion that happened in Lebanon, because after the explosion, they wanted also to destroy the silos, which are the witnesses of what happened. So we started this. Everyone who's working on memory is part of this Forum of Memory and the Future. So if you want to know more, we can elaborate later about what to do with history and schools and history books. Of course, number one, as you said, like going to school and talking and lecturing students, this is something that will not reach anywhere. Maybe 1% will keep it in their mind, but not the others. The most important thing is to do trainings for teachers. And one of our members in the forum works on this, and they created the history books and the training books for the teachers. And we've been moving from one school to another, training the teachers. Of course, the public schools refused. We are working on private schools, which are really welcoming us. But in Lebanon, now I can't say most because of the economic situation, but before it was like 90% of the children go to private schools. Nobody trusts the public system. Now it's more because of the economic situation. So we're working nowadays only with the private schools. What other things? I think I'm done. That's it. Thank you.
Cortito. Todo. Bueno, no, yo una cosa que me parece importante es pensar esto como procesos de disputa, ¿no? A largo plazo, como pensar los flujos de esta cuestión, que no son procesos homogéneos, y por otro lado pensar una diferenciación que me parece importante entre las luchas memorialistas, que para mí son luchas que vienen más, como decíamos al principio, desde las bases y que en general se ejercen a contrapelo, ¿no? A contrapelo de los poderes estatales, de los poderes fácticos y las políticas públicas de memoria. Me parece que son dos cosas distintas y es importante, me parece, hacer esa diferenciación. En algunos momentos, en algunas situaciones, coyunturas históricas, convergen las luchas memorialistas y las políticas públicas de memoria. En otros momentos divergen. Y me parece que son dos procesos que hay que alimentar por separado, hay que ir alimentando por separado y hay que pensar, y no todas las políticas públicas de memoria, bueno, ni todas las luchas memorialistas son buenas, porque también los fascistas tienen sus propias luchas memorialistas, ni todas las políticas públicas de memoria que se han hecho son buenas tampoco. Entonces, me parece que esa diferenciación es importante porque en estos flujos más a largo plazo, esos dos elementos me parece que siempre están como en diálogo, a veces en diálogo conflictivo, a veces en diálogo que puede permitir dar ciertos saltos cualitativos. Y que eso se produzca no necesariamente es un proceso controlado, ¿no? que uno puede siempre controlar, tiene que ver con las luchas sociales y políticas y con las distintas coyunturas. Entonces, eso me parecía como una cosa importante para aclarar. La otra que no la dije, también me parece importante, es que yo creo que la experiencia de la región nuestra sí nos muestra que es muy importante sostener una complementariedad entre las luchas por memoria, por verdad, por justicia, por reparación, es decir, no abandonar ninguna de todas esas luchas. No es, yo en eso por ahí no coincido tanto con lo que, no sé si entendí bien lo que decía Macarena, ¿no? Pero creo que hay que avanzar siempre en todo lo que se puede, en todo, hasta el último resquicio, en todos los campos. Y son campos que en general terminan nutriéndose entre sí, ¿no? Creo que la oposición, bueno, o memoria, o verdad, o justicia, o la oposición, o pasado, o presente, creo que son oposiciones que en realidad quitan fuerza a estas luchas, ¿no? Me parece que hay que ir avanzando en todo. Y la última que quería decir, que también creo que es una tensión permanente, es la tensión entre autonomía e institucionalización, que tiene que ver con la tensión entre luchas memorialistas y políticas públicas de memoria. La autonomía en general es reivindicada desde las luchas sociales, desde las luchas memorialistas como un valor, y creo que sí lo tiene. El problema que tiene muchas veces eso es que cuando eso se quiere transformar en política pública de memoria, y coincido con lo que decía Jordi, esa política sin recursos no se puede hacer. Entonces, ahí se nos termina un poco también en algún punto la cuestión de, bueno, no sé si se nos termina, pero por eso digo que me parece interesante diferenciar este campo de lo de la autonomía y la política pública. Y cómo acompañar, en todo caso, desde esas organizaciones que siguen sosteniendo su autonomía, cómo acompañar las políticas públicas en la medida que les parece importante acompañarlas, o que pueden desde adentro de esas políticas tener un rol ya sea de control o ya sea de activación de esas políticas. Y lo último, el nunca más creo que es un dispositivo político, es un dispositivo de lucha, el nunca más. La no repetición es una utopía, ¿no? La no repetición es una utopía. O sea, la no repetición sí, no queremos que se repita lo mismo, de la misma manera. Probablemente la lucha por memoria puede lograr, si es efectiva, que las cosas no se repitan exactamente de la misma manera, lo cual también es muy difícil, ¿no? Porque las coyunturas van cambiando. Pero por eso yo sé que para mí lo más efectivo de la lucha por memoria es la capacidad que tenga de hacer conectar ese pasado con el presente, ese diálogo entre pasado y presente. O sea, el nunca más se juega ahí, ¿no? Parece. Bueno, perdón.
Bueno, sí. No, con este ya estamos, sí, dale. Sí, ahí. Bueno, la primera pregunta, si habíamos trabajado con otras entidades al principio, entiendo, cuando se rescató el inmueble, en lo concreto, ¿verdad? Esa era la pregunta. Bueno, sí, hubo varios colectivos y agrupaciones que estaban alrededor de las peleas las luchas que venían desde hace mucho antes, como les expliqué. intentando identificar la casa, incluso la casa estaba apropiada por un instituto que viene de tradición castrense militar y que había sido encargado básicamente, por eso me acuerdo también que es más o menos la misma lógica ahora también de la Vía Layetana y de muchos otros en Chile que todavía también permanecen en manos del ejército. Entonces, bueno, sí, habían muchos colectivos, colectivas y... y en algún momento también hubo la tensión del Estado porque nos configuráramos como una entidad válida para responder al Estado y organizarse. Nos obligaron, o sea, obligaron a Londres a organizarse porque el Estado también tiene ese tipo de estructuras, requiere ese tipo de estructuras para interlocutar incluso con él. Así que lo que terminó pasando es que las vías jurídicas y obligatoriamente de transformarse en una figura legal, etcétera, unificó o transformó esta dinámica de hay gente que quedó de las diversas organizaciones, pero ya no quedaron diversas organizaciones juntas como antes. Que podía también tener su riqueza. Y bueno, también lo propio de los procesos, que ya se logró la casa, entonces muchos también descansaron. Y bueno, eso sí. Lo que sí me parece súper relevante de la pregunta respecto al fascismo, bueno, las organizaciones de memoria generalmente pues somos organizaciones con pocos recursos, organizaciones de la sociedad civil. Entonces yo creo que también hay que darle como límite a lo que podemos hacer. O sea, terminar con el fascismo o avanzar contra el fascismo, yo creo que no. Sí avanzamos y aportamos. De hecho, esta pregunta la estamos haciendo hace un rato, sobre todo por el último tiempo que ha pasado lo que les comenté Chile, en el sentido de, bueno, ya constatábamos lo de la impunidad y la continuidad de la impunidad y las violaciones de derechos humanos en el presente. Pero además de eso, es lo que comentaban ustedes del avance del fascismo. Bueno, una expresión que ha sido como increciendo son las vandalizaciones a los sitios de memoria, que en el fondo es una disputa por la memoria, pero una disputa violenta. Una disputa súper violenta por la memoria y un tipo de memoria que significa una lucha y un avance también en los sitios de memoria. Y por otro lado, efectivamente, Chile despertó también de la herencia de la dictadura, despertó un sistema económico que nos tenía, bueno, con toda la opresión que significa ese sistema económico heredado de la represión. Pero rápidamente también comenzó este discurso también un discurso fascista contra los migrantes, que además han crecido mucho en Chile, contra el tema migrantes, contra el tema mapuche, que fue clave para la publicidad del rechazo a la nueva constitución que estábamos teniendo. Entonces, ese sentido común yo creo que es, como se decía antes, una lucha que no se puede soltar. Y como sitio de memoria, creo que diría como con mucha humildad, porque de verdad creo que nosotros tenemos limitadas acciones en eso. Bueno, uno es vincularnos con las luchas del presente. Nosotros nos organizamos, de hecho, y trabajamos mucho con otras organizaciones en lucha de migrantes, con la Coordinadora Migrantes en Chile, y con otras luchas, también tratando de apoyar las luchas, por ejemplo, mapuche, y las luchas que van en contra las luchas antifascistas, básicamente. Eso por un lado. Y por el otro lado, una mirada quizás menos tradicional de lo educativo. Nosotros en Londres tenemos una mirada que viene desde las teorías de Paulo Freire, no sé si, en que en el fondo son teorías más bien constructivista y de la interacción. Entonces tenemos una noción y metodologías asociadas a que en Londres no transmitimos un contenido, sino que ponemos a disposición las memorias militantes, además, no son memorias de lucha, no cualquiera. Y de hecho trabajamos con los currículums escolares, con muchos profesores, estamos haciendo convenios para aumentar ese trabajo, pero con el supuesto de que los chicos que vienen son sujetos políticos y sujetas políticas también, y tienen sus propias memorias. De hecho, han venido y han llegado muchos chicos migrantes también que traen sus temas con los barrios y problematizan eso y problematizan con las luchas del pasado. Y eso es lo que construye sentidos y lucha finalmente contra el fascismo cuando se comparten en otros trabajos. Bueno, y también cuando ven hacia dónde lleva el fascismo, básicamente también.
Bueno, hay varias preguntas. Siempre acabamos, o casi siempre acabamos en esa postura de que nos encontramos con un muro de impunidad y eso ya pues impide hacer un montón de cosas, y por otra parte el hacer un montón de cosas viene impedido igualmente por ese muro de impunidad. A ver, en algún momento habrá que romper y eso es lo que hacemos con la práctica de cada organización. Tenemos dos cosas que me parece que no ha salido esa pregunta, pero me parece interesante. Es quién nos va a seguir. ¿Cómo va a seguir esta lucha por la memoria? Estoy muy de acuerdo con la que han planteado de que una cosa es la lucha por la memoria y otra cosa es las políticas públicas de memoria, que es diferente, pero también nos interpelan, y sobre todo la gente joven, cuando nos conocen, cuando conocen nuestra lucha, ¿qué pueden hacer ellos? Se ven un poco como fuera. Dicen, ¿qué podemos hacer nosotros? Tenemos la experiencia aquí, bueno, nosotros como organización, de haber llevado El silencio de otros. Es un documental que ha recibido un montón de premios, más de 40, y que se llevaba a varios sitios, entre ellos institutos y universidades y facultades. Y eso nos permitía tener un contacto bastante estrecho con jóvenes que habían visto la película y que luego nos preguntaban, y se quedó cortado con el confinamiento y la pandemia, y ahora estamos empezando otra vez a poderlo poner en marcha. Y era un contacto que nos nutría, porque las preguntas que nos hacían nos interpelaban. Yo diría varias, pero hubo una que me llegó más, que me preguntaron, pero vosotros cuando estabais ahí luchando, ¿teníais el apoyo de la gente? Esto me llegó, ¿no? O sea, pues salí como pude de esa pregunta, pero me quedé con ella porque dije, esto es muy bueno, o sea, quiero decir, ha entendido por dónde van los tiros, ¿no? Y yo creo que está estupendo lo de ir allí, lo de ir de hablar darles el testimonio. Creo que son piedras angulares, la justicia y el conocimiento de la memoria de lo que nosotros trabajamos, pero también falta una cultura política. Falta esa cultura política. Se ha dicho en la mesa anterior esa transmisión del estrés postraumático y cómo eso ha ido haciendo una ciudadanía que no cree en sus propias fuerzas. Es apática. Yo llevo toda la vida oyendo a gente decirme, ¿para qué vas a luchar si no vas a conseguir nada? Esto es algo que se repite generación tras generación, y es porque efectivamente eso ha calado que en España pues no hemos tenido grandes triunfos. Tenemos pequeñas batallas que ganamos, pero no hemos tenido grandes triunfos. Aún así somos irredentos y optimistas hasta el más, lo decía Chato Galante, aquí no se rinde nadie. Y es verdad, era algo que me gustaba. Y solo quería nada más comentar una experiencia que me parece muy interesante en esto que has preguntado, es sobre trabajar con otras asociaciones que no son de la memoria. Y esa experiencia ha sido con la calle Maestra Justa Freire, y que la volvieron a poner Millán Astrain. Pues los primeros que se movilizaron no fuimos los memorialistas, sino una fundación, Ángel Llorca se llama, que reivindica la figura de esta mujer que de verdad tiene una historia estupenda, una maestra republicana, una enseñante de categoría, ¿no? Y ellos fueron los que tiraron de nosotros. Y además primero nos recibieron un poquito... Cuidado, no vengáis con los... Cuidado, y nos ponían unas ciertas trabas. Ahora no, ahora estamos con ellos y además tienen unas actividades interesantísimas. Bueno, pues en ese sitio se hizo un mural y ha sido vandalizado 5 veces. Y se ha vuelto a hacer y ahí está y sigue vandalizándose para que se sepa que no va a haber opción a cambiar esa calle. Es igual. La vamos a cambiar.
Sabino, sabemos de tus citas bíblicas y que eres ateo, pero tiene que obrar el milagro. A todo lo que quieras decir en 2 minutos.
Sí, bueno, siguiendo por la línea de la compañera argentina, ¿no? Pero aterrizando aquí en el Estado español y en el hoy en concreto, ¿no? Vamos a ver, yo creo que también uno de los obstáculos importantes que tenemos hoy en día para desarrollar una política nuestra de memoria, esa que habla de verdad, de justicia, de reparación y de no repetición, es que aquí tenemos unos tapones importantes que son políticos. Entonces, de esto hay que hablar también, porque si no, bueno, pues en las líneas educativas, ¿qué vamos a decir? En relación con la justicia, en relación con los victimarios, porque la política de memoria que vivimos aquí, hay una política de memoria que es la políticamente correcta, la que zanja estos temas y los aparta de la ley de memoria democrática, victimarios, justicia, reparación plena, y hay otra de algunos grupos, personas, pues que dices, no, hay que ir hasta el fondo de estos asuntos. Y esto es muy importante hoy en día, ¿no? Es decir, cuanto más nos acercamos al hoy y nos alejamos del 36, yo creo que escarbar en la memoria se hace más políticamente incorrecto. Es decir, yo creo que el 18 de julio de 36 empieza en relación a esa fecha, empieza nuestra lucha por la memoria, pero termina hace 4 semanas en Melilla. Porque los derechos humanos que se están violando hoy en día pues tienen mucho que ver con otros temas, tienen que ver con el proceso catalán también, tienen que ver con Melilla, tienen que ver con la tortura que hemos padecido y de la que se ha hablado en Argentina, en Chile, en el Estado español, encargado por el Gobierno vasco. El Instituto Vasco de Criminología dijo que entre 1960 y 2014 se habían dado 4.144 casos de tortura. Ya van en 5.000 en la Comunidad Autónoma Vasca. En Navarra tenemos otros 1.000, ya son 6.000. Eso quiere decir que en 54 años, entre 1960 y 2014, si calculamos que una de estas personas, como mínimo, hubo un promedio de 3 días de estancia en comisaría, eso quiere decir que durante 54 años, todos los días se estaba torturando a aquella gente. Y el 70% de esos casos de tortura se dieron a partir de 1977. Entonces, eso es la realidad también de la verdad. Y esa verdad se sigue silenciando, porque cuando eso se lo dijeron al ministro Grande Marlaska, dijo que eso no tiene nada que ver con la verdad, que la única verdad es la judicial. Pero cuando tú vas a los jueces a exigir justicia, te dicen que ese asunto no lo pueden tratar porque la prescripción, la ley de amnistía y no sé qué. Y esto también es hablar de memoria, ¿no? Esto también es hablar de memoria en lo concreto. Entonces, esto, bueno, yo creo que es muy, muy importante. ¿Quién está hoy en día de ministro del Interior? Grande Marlaska. De los 11 condenas por torturas que ha hecho el Tribunal Europeo de Derechos Humanos, 6 corresponden a esta persona que vio los casos, vio a esa gente destrozada delante de él y pasó del tema, no investigó nada. A él 6 de las 11. Y ese es el ministro del Interior, el encargado de la seguridad ciudadana, el que habla después en Melilla, ¿no? En Melilla ahora de que el actuar fue proporcionado y razonablemente adecuado, ¿no? Esto es lo que tenemos hoy encima de la mesa al hablar de derechos humanos, ¿no? Al hablar de memoria histórica. De esto es necesario. ¿Qué líneas educativas vamos a meter si no incluimos todo esto? No es solo Cuando hablamos de memoria no estamos hablando de tapar unos agujeros en la historiografía pues que se han quedado sin rellenar o que son un poco incorrectos. No tiene nada que ver con esto, tiene que ver con derechos humanos y con violaciones de derechos humanos, ¿no? Y entonces este debate, pues se quiera o no, está encima de la mesa. Y ha estado encima de la mesa cuando se ha debatido la ley de memoria democrática y está encima de la mesa con la próxima ley de información clasificada. Esa vergüenza. Y está encima de la mesa con la propuesta que ha traído el Gobierno de quitar el delito de sedición, pero ojo, que lo que va a venir debajo es una ampliación de la represión sobre los desórdenes públicos y abrir el abanico por abajo mientras la pirámide se rebaja un poco por arriba. Esto es hablar de política de memoria. Y si no hablamos de todas estas cosas, pues el lograr ese engarce entre el pasado y el presente, estamos hablando de historia ya, no estamos hablando de derechos humanos y de memoria, ¿no? Nosotros, y termino ya, de verdad, David, dos ejemplitos, pero es que nos los hemos tropezado en nuestro grupo, ¿no? Ya os he contado la película de San Fermines, ¿no? Vale. Tanto con el gobierno del PP como con el gobierno progresista más de izquierdas de la historia, nos ha ocurrido pedir información, ¿no? A los distintos archivos de la Delegación del Gobierno de Navarra, del Ministerio del Interior y de unos cuantos archivos militares. La policía entonces dependía del Ministerio de Defensa, y de todos, la respuesta que hemos recibido es que no tienen nada. Es decir, no hubo ningún cabo, ningún sargento, ningún teniente, ningún capitán, ningún comandante de las fuerzas de orden público, ni el gobernador civil, ni nadie de los 3 inspectores que mandó Martín Villa a analizar todos esos, nadie hizo ningún informe de nada. Y eso nos lo están diciendo hoy los mismos gobiernos, ¿no? Encabezados en esta materia por Marlaska, ¿no? Que curiosamente, ¿no?, es la única persona independiente que estaba en el Consejo del Poder Judicial gracias a que había sido propuesto por el PP. Es decir, en materia de seguridad ciudadana lo que tenemos también es que sigue funcionando unas razones de Estado, ¿no?, que hacen que se una la política de derechas con la política del Partido Socialista. Y eso lo estamos viendo en la práctica. Y lo más vergonzoso de todo eso ha sido lo de Melilla, anteriormente precedida por Letajaral. Ya, bueno, ya vale.
No voy a, es imposible reprimir en ese sentido. Y tenemos que decir 3 cosas rápidas. Primero, que gracias a todas y todos vosotros, gracias a Iridia y al Ajuntament per aquestes jornades, gràcies a les organitzacions també de Memòria Popular, a Miquel de Mathaus, Observatori i l'Associació d'Expressos, gràcies, òbviamente, a Sabino, a Rosa María, a Manal, a Macarena, a Verónica y a Antonella. Se podría acabar de muchas formas en esa damniato memoriae que decías tú, que recordar las distopías del pasado sobre todo es para inhabilitar las distopías del futuro. Se podría acabar con un verso de Aresti, con un texto de Justa Freire, con un poema de Mahmoud Darwish, con una canción de Violeta Parra, con un texto de Sábato o de... Sábato, ¿no? Bueno, pues con un texto de Rodolfo Walsh, o de Juan Gelman también, pero acabaremos con un poema en catalán muy cortito, porque este dolor está disponible en todas las lenguas, y por tanto es un poema, esto después lo traduzco, que es del País Valencià, para recordarnos que lo lejano es muy cercano y lo cercano a veces lo alejan mucho, y que se llama, porque está escrito aquí, en el País Valencià, pero habla de Chile, Augusto Pinochet, en el seu infern, i dice así: no hi ha infern tan infern que puga comparar-se amb l'infern que fores i feres, alçar-se a foc i a sang contra el teu poble. Seràs cendra i seràs no res, com tots els que morires i tots els que matares, com tots els que vas fer carn, ferida i silenci. No hi ha, però, tampoc hi ha oblit on puguis amagar-te un dia del teu nom terrible i descansar el crim altíssim que fores i que ja mai els segles deixaran de cridar. Marranell. Moltes gràcies.